Chapter 281. Hua Xiaoheng's car drove over, and he walked over with his head down. Zhao Liangzi hurried forward to open the door for him. Hua Xiaoheng got into the car and sat up straight with his hands on his knees. His entire being was like an unsheathed sword, full of murderous intent. Zhao Liangzi got into the car and knocked on the driver's seat to signal for Fan Jian to drive. After the car started, Zhao Liangzi explained the details of Yin Shixiang's situation to Hua Xiaoheng. The suicides were two Caucasians with British passports, but they could be fake. Zhao Liangzi showed Hua Xiaoheng the photos Yin Shixiang had sent. We still need to verify their authenticity. The drug they used to commit murder and suicide was a lethal agent commonly used by Israel's Mossad, but we still can't tell if they were from Mossad. Mossad was Israel's intelligence organization. Its international reputation wasn't as great as the CIA or MI5, but a dog that bites doesn't bark. No one would overlook the Mossad's fearsomeness. Hua Xiaoheng stared at the photos and shook his head. It can't be Mossad. There's no doubt about that. Oh. Zhao Liangzi didn't ask further. Since Hua Xiaoheng said it wasn't done by Mossad, then it definitely wasn't. They had absolute trust in Hua Xiaoheng. The reason why Hua Xiaoheng dared to make such a conclusion was that he knew Mossad better than the CIA and Britain's MI5. The instructor who had guided him into the profession was a senior figure in Mossad. Also, Mossad doesn't have exclusive rights to the drugs they use. Anyone who can afford it can buy it from Mossad. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Zhao Liangzi. This was clearly stated in the training course. Zhao Liangzi also remembered and quickly said, yes, we can't be sure it was Mossad just from the drugs. These two people are most likely spies from the British MI5. Tell Big Xiong to start with the British MI5. Don't waste time. Hua Xiaoheng gave the order, and Zhao Liangzi passed it on to Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang was currently arguing with Bai Yueran. Yin Shixiang and Hua Xiaoheng had the same opinion. They both believed that it wasn't the Mossad's doing, but Bai Yueran felt that they couldn't rule out the Mossad's suspicions. Upon receiving Hua Xiaoheng's order, Yin Shixiang smiled triumphantly at Bai Yueran and spread his hands. I'm sorry, Director Bai. Hua Xiao has ordered us to investigate the British Military Intelligence Directorate first and not Mossad for now. Although Bai Yueran had a different opinion, she didn't object. She only nodded. Since it's Hua Xiao's order, we naturally have to obey. She then said, you go ahead with your work. I'll go back to the plane to collect evidence. This case involved the death of a foreigner and had already transcended national boundaries. Although the legal department of the Special Operations Forces would not directly appear in court to confront the family of a foreigner, they needed to collect all kinds of evidence and prepare testimony so that they could defend the case for their colleagues in civil law. With the right direction of investigation, the work of finding clues became very simple. By the next morning, they had collected enough evidence to send it directly to the British Military Intelligence Directorate. The British Military Intelligence Directorate had wanted to use Reuters to create a story about how the Huaxia Empire treated foreign lives like grass, but when they received the facts from the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces, they immediately shut down. They didn't even dare to retrieve the bodies of the two spies and pretended nothing had happened. Dou Qingyan's case progressed very quickly. On the 3rd of January, the case was heard by the Special Military Court. Prime Minister Dou and his wife waited anxiously at home. Only their eldest son, Dou Haoyan, went outside the military court to gather information. The younger daughter, Dou Ayan, didn't know how serious her sister's case was. It was the first time she realized that there was something her father couldn't handle. She lay on her bed in her room, hugging a teddy bear that was half her height in a daze. She held her phone in her hand and rubbed it repeatedly. Finally, she couldn't help but call He Zhichu. This number was He Zhichu's work number, and he never picked up. Her call was eventually transferred to He Zhichu's work voicemail. Dou Ayan thought about it and left He Zhichu a message. Professor He, it's me, Ian. I want to know what I need to prepare if I want to apply to be your graduate student. I just got into the B University Faculty of Law as an undergraduate. I'm in my first year and hope to receive Professor He's guidance in the future. When Shi, who was in charge of He Jichu's work, heard the message, she asked He Jichu, Professor He, do you want to consider accepting Do Ian? She's the Prime Minister's youngest daughter. She can help us open up the Huaxia Empire. He Jichu's expression was dark. He looked at her unkindly and said coldly, in your eyes, do I need to sell my body or my smile to open up the Huaxia Empire? Oh, that's not what I meant. When Shi stuck out her tongue playfully. Of course, Professor, he doesn't need to do that, but it's better to have less trouble. It's always better to have a friend than an enemy. He Jichu didn't say anything. He lowered his head and took a sip of coffee. Why don't you let her follow me? When Shi smiled. I've been hired as an associate professor in the B University Faculty of Law anyway. It's within the rules for her to follow me to write papers. Do whatever you want. Don't ask me. He Jichu's cool voice was a little hoarse. He sounded like he hadn't slept well for days. Professor He, do you have a headache again? Do you want me to give you a massage? It's okay. I want some time alone. You can leave first. He Jichu propped his forehead with one hand and waved her away with the other. When Shi had no choice but to put down the file and leave He Jichu's office. A trial was currently underway in the Huaxia Empire's Special Military Court. The defendants were Do Qingyan and 4 former members of the Special Operations Forces. The plaintiff was a prosecutor from the Special Operations Forces Judicial Department. He was representing the 2 murdered colleagues and was filing a lawsuit in the Special Military Court. Do Qingyan's face was listless. She had large dark circles under her eyes. Her skin was sallow and dry, and she hadn't taken care of it. Her eyebrows had been trimmed so much that they were almost gone. She usually relied on eyebrow pencil to fix them. Now that she was locked up in the detention center, she didn't have any cosmetics to use. She looked like she had aged more than 10 years. He stood alone in the dock, and behind him were 4 accomplices with their heads bowed. Bai Yueran and Hu Xiaohing sat together in the audience. A staff member from the legal department sat in the dock. The judge of the Special Military Court opened the court, and the plaintiff read out the indictment. After reading, the judge asked Do Qingyan, do you plead guilty? Do Qingyan turned around and looked at the expressionless Hu Xiaohing sitting in the audience with tears in her eyes. She sobbed, I may have taken these photos, but I never wanted to show them to anyone, and I never wanted to betray the interests of the country. I was abroad for 6 years. You can check, but no one knows who I am. I don't even know what I did before I went abroad. If you never wanted to show them to anyone, then why did these photos appear in the short video of your study tour? And why did so many guests see them at the same time? I was framed. Do Qingyan scratched her head and shouted in horror, someone framed me. I'm innocent. I didn't hurt anyone. If you think loving someone is a crime, then sentence me to death. You're still stubborn. The prosecutor and the plaintiff stand sneered and threw the photos of the 2 murdered members of the Special Operations Forces stationed in Northern Ireland to her. Because of your infatuation, these 2 colleagues died a violent death. And you still say you didn't hurt anyone. What happened? How did they die? How can I be blamed for their deaths? Do Qingyan was unconvinced. People in this line of work face death every moment. What does it have to do with me that they died because their identities were exposed? I retired 6 years ago. Their deaths are indeed related to you. The prosecutor turned to look at the judge. These 2 men were discovered by the British MI5 because Do Qingyan's stolen photos were leaked. They chased them to the plane and killed them. The four accomplices behind Dou Qingyan looked up abruptly. They're really dead. Because of these photos. Yes, because of these photos. The prosecutor closed his eyes. You have to know that the enemies we face are carefully selected. They are the best and smartest people in their respective countries. What you can see, they can see. They can see what you can't see. Hu Shao even offended the upper echelons of the empire and detained their immediate family members for 48 hours in order to buy as much time as possible to allow our people to return home. This was to prevent this kind of unconscious leak. You have to remember, unconscious leaks are still leaks. Someone must take responsibility for the losses caused. This is the second watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is the last day for double monthly votes. Chapter 282. The color drained from Dou Qingyan's face. She slumped against the defendant's stand, her hands clutching the bars in front of her. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her teeth chattered loudly. Dou Qingyan's lawyer stepped forward with a bitter expression on his face. He held up Dou Qingyan's psychiatric diagnosis report from 6 years ago and pleaded with the judge. Your Honor, Dou Qingyan's unintentional actions are excusable. Her mental state had already collapsed 6 years ago, which is why she was discharged from the military. As he spoke, the lawyer turned around and glanced at Hu Xiaoheng's face. Relationships are never about one person. But because it's been so long, we won't argue about who's right and who's wrong. After all, no one can judge who's right and who's wrong in a relationship. I just want to remind the people in this court that the law states that a mental patient can't bear any legal responsibility for her actions. Even if she killed someone with her own hands, she can't be convicted. What's more, the death of the 2 Special Operations Forces members was just an accident, not. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and interrupted the lawyer. He said calmly, because this trial will be held in secret and will not be made public, I can only remind you that the deaths of the 2 Special Operations Forces members were not an accident, but an act of revenge by the other party. As for why they retaliated, it had something to do with the mission I was assigned to with Dou Qingyan in Europe 7 years ago. That's all I have to say. I hope the judge will consider it. As soon as Hu Xiaoheng stood up to speak, Dou Qingyan's eyes lit up, and her eyes shone brightly. After listening to Hu Xiaoheng's words, she seemed to be immersed in the memories of that mission. The expression on her face changed unpredictably. One moment it was sweet, the next moment it was sad, the next moment it was terrified, and the next moment it was filled with endless sorrow. At last she broke into song. Just as the pear blossoms are blooming all over the world, soft gauze floats on the river, Katyusha stands on the steep bank, singing like a beautiful spring scene, a young warrior stationed at the border. His heart longs for a distant girl. He bravely fights to protect his country. Katyusha's love will always belong to him. Dou Qingyan's voice was gentle and beautiful, and the melody of Katyusha was especially beautiful. However, Hu Xiaoheng felt an inexplicable sense of irony when she sang it. He interrupted her singing. You don't deserve to sing this song. Your Honor, I still have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Hu Xiaoheng turned to leave, and Dou Qingyan's singing stopped abruptly. She stared blankly at Hu Xiaoheng's back and let out an earth-shattering cry. Hu Xiaoheng. Is your heart made of iron? You're not human. You are a killing machine from head to toe. I curse you. I curse you to be alone for the rest of your life. I curse every girl who falls in love with you to not have a good ending. Hu Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and raised his head. After a moment of silence, he turned around and said, You can still curse others. Your mental illness probably doesn't require medication anymore. Your Honor, add to the charge of falsifying a psychiatric record. I hope this case can be tried fairly, and we can make up for the belated justice for our fallen soldiers. Although justice came late, it still came. There was no longer any suspense in this trial. Do Qingyan's lawyer's face turned ashen, but he forced himself to remain calm and did not leave. Bai Yueran also participated in the questioning of Do Qingyan and the 4 accomplices behind her. Not only did she have evidence that the 4 men had stolen the secret prop photos, but she also had evidence that they had stolen secret information from the Special Operations Forces system. During the last election, Prime Minister Do's counterattack, the day before the election, had been closely linked to these 4 men. The judge of the Special Military Court had an ugly expression on his face. At 4:00 in the afternoon, he announced the verdict. Do Qingyan stole secret military information and leaked military secrets, causing serious consequences and causing great losses to our Special Operations Forces in Europe. She falsified a psychiatric record in an attempt to escape legal punishment, and maliciously defamed others. The first trial sentenced her to life imprisonment and deprivation of political rights for life. When Do Qingyan heard this, her body swayed, and her legs gave way. She finally collapsed on the bench in the dock and fainted. The 4 accomplices behind her didn't look much better, but they still managed to hold on. The judge sentenced them according to the standard of being an accomplice. They were also charged with betraying their own organizations, selling secret information, and other crimes. The final verdict of the first trial was the same as Do Qingyan's life imprisonment. After the trial, Bai Yueran called Hu Xiaoheng to leave a message. Mr. Hua, I've sentenced them to life imprisonment, without the possibility of parole. Hu Xiaoheng didn't answer the phone. To him, the matter had come to an end. He now had to focus on Bai Genie's case, and reorganize the investigation team to reinvestigate the major laboratory accident 16 years ago. When Do Qingyan's verdict reached the Prime Minister's official residence, Yan Qiuying fainted as soon as she heard it. The family doctor rushed to her rescue. She was given oxygen, a massage, and a cardiotonic injection. Only then did she wake up. As soon as she woke up, she grabbed Prime Minister Do's shirt and sobbed. What should we do? What about Qingyan? Think of something. Think of something, quick. She's only 27 years old. She can't spend the rest of her life in prison. Do Haoyan took care of Yan Qiuying and comforted her. Mommy, don't be sad. We're in the thick of it now, we can't do anything for now. Once this storm blows over, I'll ask for a favor and get Qingyan bailed out. Really? Really? Yan Qiuying looked at Prime Minister Do expectantly, as if grasping at straws. Prime Minister Do looked away and grunted. Let's wait. Someone died over there, we need to let them cool down first. Pfft. What does their death have to do with our Qingyan? It's all because Hu Xiaoheng is incompetent. Otherwise, why would someone die? He's the one who messed up and let our Qingyan take the blame for him. This man is so cruel and unscrupulous. Our Qingyan must have been blind to fall for him. Yan Qiuying was very unhappy with Hu Xiaoheng. She dropped her pretense in front of her husband and son, and wanted nothing more than to point a finger at Hu Xiaoheng's nose and curse him. Mommy! Do you want to die? Do Haoyan was so anxious he wanted to shut Yan Qiuying up. You still have things to do. Don't provoke Hu Xiaoheng at this time. What could possibly happen to me? Hu Xiaoheng ruined my daughter's life, how dare he do it to me? Yan Qiuying couldn't stop crying when she thought of how her beloved eldest daughter had been ruined. All right, don't cry. Prime Minister Do waved his hand in frustration. You didn't get my permission when you asked my men to help you get the photos. Now that those 4 men have been sentenced to life imprisonment, do you think you can stay out of this? Ah, you're blaming me. Yan Qiuying was so angry she forgot to cry. If it weren't for you, how could they have gotten into such a good department in the Special Forces? I only hinted for them to help out a little. They don't have any evidence, and they don't have witnesses. Are they going to convict me based on their words? Are you sure you didn't leave any evidence behind? Prime Minister Do sighed in relief. Absolutely not. Yen Qiuying was very cautious, and she had leaked the information to the men's wives. Everyone had a tacit understanding, so how could she have been the one to blame? Do Haoyan also sighed softly. That's good. Mommy, you need to go out and expose yourself, especially your charity organizations. It's time to show them to the media. If they want to lay a finger on you, they'll have to consider the pressure of public opinion. Yen Qiuying regained her composure. Yes, it's time to go to the orphanage. Haoyan, arrange for the media to follow me. I'll go tomorrow. Prime Minister Do nodded approvingly. I'll go to a meeting first. Remember not to be too deliberate. Got it. Early the next morning, the Prime Minister's wife, Yen Qiuying, dressed in plain clothes, took the bus to the orphanage to visit the orphanage. The media, coincidentally, met the Prime Minister's wife on the bus and followed her all the way to the orphanage. They took pictures of the Prime Minister's wife chatting amiably with the orphans and even playing games. Just when Yen Qiuying felt it was about time to end the trip and return home, a middle-aged woman with unkempt hair and swollen eyes rushed in and knelt in front of Yen Qiuying. This was the first night watch. Thank you for your hard work on the double monthly vote. A reminder for the recommendation tickets. 7 p.m. the next night. P.S. Thank you to I Am Master Rashi for the spiritual pet affinity yesterday. Thank you to Wanghan Palace Master Rep for the celestial pet affinity yesterday. Thank you to Xan Shang for the spiritual pet affinity yesterday. Thank you to Huaishuan Mine for the Heshabi yesterday. Congratulations to I Am Master Rashi for becoming the 11th Chief of the Major General. Congratulations to I Am Master Rashi for becoming the 12th Chief of the Major General. Mwah. Chapter 283. The woman who had rushed and knelt in front of Yen Qiuying and cried, Mrs. Yen. Mrs. Yen. Please save my husband. He only went to steal the photos for eldest miss because of your instructions. Please save him. I'm kowtowing to you. As she spoke, she kowtowed until her forehead was red and swollen. Then, more media jumped in from outside the door, holding cameras and video cameras, taking pictures of Yen Qiuying and the middle-aged woman who was kowtowing to them. Yen Qiuying froze for a moment before recognizing the middle-aged woman as the wife of one of the four men. What are you talking about? I'm very sorry about this. My daughter acted recklessly and implicated your husband. Yen Qiuying immediately began to cry. Do Haoyan, who saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, squeezed over and escorted Yen Qiuying away. What's going on? Why would someone go to the orphanage to beg you? Prime Minister Do was furious. He had been elected to power and knew better than anyone the importance of public image. His wife had done charity work for many years and had given him many points. This time, it was likely that she would be a hindrance. Even the charity activities that had given him points in the past would be questioned. It was an accident. No one expected this to be known by others. Do Haoyan supported his head with his hand and sat on the sofa. He glanced at his crying mother, then at his furious father, and advised, Dad, hurry up and think about how to deal with this. We must control the media and prevent them from broadcasting these uncensored videos. Prime Minister Do left home with a grim expression and went to his office to discuss the matter with his aides. After an emergency PR, the major Huaxia TV stations, newspapers, and magazines agreed not to broadcast the video or report on it. However, they hoped that the Prime Minister would give them other opportunities as compensation. Just as Prime Minister Do's family thought that the matter had died down, a cell phone video suddenly appeared on social media. Although the image was not very clear, everyone could tell who the gentle and virtuous woman in the video was. The Prime Minister's wife had campaigned with the Prime Minister twice and had a high level of exposure. She was born into a wealthy merchant family and married Prime Minister Do, who was born a commoner. She had stayed at home to support her husband and children and helped him ascend to the position of prime minister. The story had been repeatedly exaggerated by the media and everyone in the Huaxia Empire knew about it. Haven't they been suppressed? Why is it being broadcasted again? Yan Qiuying was furious when she saw her image on the video. The prime minister ordered someone to question them, but they said that this was social media, not television stations, newspapers, and magazines. The prime minister only asked them not to broadcast on television, newspapers, and magazines, but did not ask them not to broadcast on social media. At this time, the Dou family knew that someone was deliberately messing with them. However, they had too many political enemies, so they couldn't figure out who did it. Therefore, they couldn't eliminate the source immediately. For example, the candidate who was ousted by Prime Minister Dou last time would definitely not let them off the hook after finding out the truth. Also, the potential competitors that Prime Minister Dou usually attacked were all suspects. Before they could figure out how to crack down on the social media accounts that publicized the video of the First Lady, the video had already spread like wildfire across the country. The number of reposts was shockingly high, and it instantly became a hot topic in society. The TV stations, newspapers, and magazines could no longer hold it in and refused to let go of this craze. Within a few days, the news of the Prime Minister's daughter and the Prime Minister's wife conspiring to abuse their power for personal gain spread through the media. This news was very subtle. It didn't mention the specifics, but only made groundless accusations that the Prime Minister's wife had asked her subordinate to abuse his power for personal gain, which led to serious consequences. Now the subordinate was arrested and imprisoned, and the Prime Minister's daughter was sentenced to life imprisonment, but the instigator, the Prime Minister's wife, was still free. Coupled with the video of the Prime Minister's wife kowtowing to the Prime Minister's wife in the orphanage, the public was shocked. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Prime Minister. If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Moreover, the Prime Minister is elected by the voters. Does he really think he's a superior emperor? He wants to be an emperor. Does he deserve it? The ability of the infuriated public to expose others was limitless. Soon, Prime Minister Dou and the Prime Minister's wife's family was turned upside down. Many clues that they had missed during the election were connected. Looking at Prime Minister Dou again, he was a living hypocrite. He's Yu Buchuan. He should be called Dou Buchuan. The famous hypocrite in literature, Yu Buchuan, became Prime Minister Dou's nickname. For the next few days, Prime Minister Dou was in a terrible fix. He was almost forced to resign by the Senate. That night, he returned home dejectedly. Looking at the luxurious Prime Minister's official residence, he thought about how his life's work and dreams were about to be completely destroyed by this incident. He was so sad that he drank alone in the kitchen. His youngest daughter, Dou Ayan, quietly walked in and sat opposite him. She asked in a low voice, "Daddy, if this situation worsens, what will the consequences be?" Worsens? Can it get any worse? Your daddy is about to be forced to resign by the Senate. Prime Minister Dou poured himself a glass of whiskey. Strong liquor could always numb a person's nerves. It could temporarily avoid the consequences. Dou Ayan was shocked. If her daddy was forced to resign, what else did she have? She was no longer the Prime Minister's beloved daughter. No one would support her when she went out. At this moment, she was very dissatisfied with her sister. She was too headstrong. For her so-called love, she had almost destroyed the whole family. The depressed Dou Ayan couldn't sleep at night. She called Wen Shui and poured out her troubles. She said sadly, "Professor Wen, you know about our family situation now, right? Sigh, my mommy is really innocent. It's all my sister's fault. If it wasn't for her, our family wouldn't be in this predicament." When Shi listened quietly to Dou Ayan's complaints, she said quietly, "I'm also responsible for this. If I hadn't persuaded your sister to come back and bring her back, your family wouldn't be in this situation. At the end of the day, it's all men's fault. Ian, you see, men can be so cruel when they have a change of heart. Their hearts are as hard as steel. You mean, Major General Hua? Do Ian frowned. But Major General Hua never liked my sister. It was my sister who threw herself at him, but he didn't want her. She punched the bed angrily. Do you have any shame? Ian, you're too young. Do you really think that if Major General Hua really didn't have any feelings for your sister would love him to death? When it comes to love, it takes two hands to clap. Wen Shiyi reminded Do Ian earnestly. Do Ian was silent for a while. She still shook her head. No, Professor Wen, you don't know my sister. She's such a one-sided person. It's not like she didn't know Major General Hua didn't like her. Otherwise, why would she commit suicide by cutting her wrist and steal photos to leave the country? Your sister committed suicide. Wen Shiyi wasn't very clear about the details of Do Qingyan and Hua Xiaoheng's relationship all those years ago. Of course, I was only 12 at the time, but I remember it clearly. She first asked my dad to go to the military to get Major General Hua to take up a position in my dad's cabinet. The military wouldn't let him go, so she went to see Major General Hua and wanted him to personally ask for a transfer. Major General Hua thought she was crazy and kicked her out. A lot of people saw it at the time. She was embarrassed, so she cut her wrist and committed suicide. She still has a scar on her wrist. Didn't you see it, Professor Wen? Wen Shiyi suddenly remembered that Do Qingyan always wore a flat, wide gold bracelet on her wrist. So it was to hide the scar. What a pitiful person. Wen Shiyi sighed. She said gently to Do Ian, she's your sister. You can't help her. No matter how displeased you are, you can't say it in front of others, understand? I know, I'm just complaining to Professor Wen. I won't say it in front of outsiders. I really don't know what to do, so I wanted to ask for your advice. Professor Wen, you're a great lawyer in the United States. Can you help my mom send a lawyer's letter? Do Ian immediately tried to get on Wen Shiyi's good side. She actually wanted Wen Shiyi to be her mom's defense lawyer and send a lawyer's letter to the unscrupulous media that slandered her family. Chapter 284. Although she knew Do Ian was trying to suck up to her, Wen Shiyi still enjoyed it. She stood in front of the window with the phone in her hand and looked out at the deep blue night sky. She smiled, as long as you know. As for the lawyer's letter, it's not suitable for your family situation right now. If you send a lawyer's letter, it'll backfire and people will accuse you of bullying others. What should I do then? Do Ian was worried sick. If you really want to help your mom out, I have an idea. It's to make your mom suffer a little. When she laughed quietly over the phone, for example, you can learn from your sister and make your mom unable to take it anymore and attempt suicide. Do Ian paused and thought carefully. Her eyes lit up. Professor Wen, I understand. Early the next morning, Do Ian went to her parents and told them about Wen Shiyi's idea, but didn't mention her name. Prime Minister Do was very excited and said, "Great idea. Great idea. Ian, how did you come up with this?" "It's a great idea. It's even better than my expensive staff's idea. It's great." "Is it really a good idea?" Do Ian was also surprised that her experienced and knowledgeable father approved of this idea. "Of course, I've seen a lot of things. When it comes to crisis PR, your idea is in the top 10. You're my daughter, you're so smart." Prime Minister Do gave her a thumbs up. Do Ian smiled, her heart skipping a beat. She didn't want to mention Wen Shiyi at all. Of the 3 children in the family, Dad liked Big Brother the most and Mom liked Big Sister the most. She was always second to Dad and Mom. If she behaved a little smarter, her parents' favorite child would definitely be her. The Prime Minister's wife, Yen Choying, didn't object to the idea even though she wasn't in a good mood. She only said, "If I can get them to stop paying attention to me, I'll give it a try." Then she added worriedly, "You guys have to be prepared. Don't make it real, I don't want to die." No, definitely not. Prime Minister Do and Do Ayan comforted her. The three of them secretly made up their minds. Do Ayan also asked her parents not to tell her older brother, Do Haoyan, so that the act would be more realistic. Therefore, under huge social pressure, even the military began to request an investigation of the Prime Minister's wife. Yen Choying finally couldn't take it anymore. She wrote a suicide note to prove her innocence and sent it to the TV station. Then, she ate a bottle of sleeping pills at home, planning to commit suicide. Fortunately, her youngest daughter, Do Ayan, noticed her mother's condition in time and called an ambulance to send her to the hospital to have her stomach pumped. After the Prime Minister's wife, Yen Choying, was rescued from a suicide attempt, the Prime Minister's eldest son, Do Haoyan, angrily denounced the netizens on TV. He claimed that if anything were to happen to his mother, he would definitely not let those who spread rumors and create trouble off. He would definitely send a lawyer's letter to sue them. This emergency crisis of public relations finally suppressed the matter and saved Yen Choying from the danger of going to court. All the major TV stations, newspapers, and magazines fell silent, not daring to broadcast any related news. Just as the popularity of the matter was about to die down, social media and online forums suddenly started a trend of deleting posts and banning. All posts related to the Prime Minister's wife, Yen Choying, and the Prime Minister's eldest daughter, Do Qingyan, were all deleted. If anyone dared to post again, their account would be banned. As soon as the topic was mentioned in the discussion, an internet administrator immediately came out and said that they had received orders from their superiors not to discuss the matter, and that all posts were to be deleted and banned. As a result, the matter became even more popular. It was more important to prevent the public from talking than to prevent a river from flowing. The more people were prevented from discussing, the more they wanted to discuss it, and automatically imagined all kinds of unspeakable, shady dealings. In order to avoid the internet administrators and machines from deleting posts with keywords, netizens invented all kinds of shady names, such as unsociable wife, which referred to the Prime Minister's wife, Yen Choying, and senior sister, which referred to the Prime Minister's eldest daughter, Do Qingyan. There were also alphabetic references, nicknames, and so on. Everyone looked at it as if they were reading a book from the heavens, but the amazing thing was that everyone actually knew what was going on. Gu Nianji was in Hu Xiaohing's study, lounging on the large sofa as she browsed the web. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw the overwhelming number of posts on the online forums and social media that condemned the Prime Minister for abusing his power for personal gain and obstructing the public's freedom of speech. Hu Xiaohing happened to look up and saw her laugh. He asked casually, "What are you reading so happily?" "Oh, this." Gu Nianji took the iPad and showed it to Hu Xiaohing. "The person behind the scenes is very scheming. He's pretending to be loyal to the Prime Minister. He used the post deletion and ban to successfully divert everyone's anger from the Prime Minister's wife and daughter to the Prime Minister himself. The Prime Minister is really something. He's been around for so many years, but he still can't see through it. How do you know that the post deletion and ban wasn't the Prime Minister's own order?" Hu Xiaohing smiled. Sometimes, when people reach a high position, it's easy to forget their own status and believe that they're superior to others. The law is used to restrict others, but not themselves. Prime Minister Do is that stupid? Gu Nianji wrinkled her delicate little nose. He was even re-elected twice. This isn't called being stupid. This is called not using power when it's expired. Hu Xiaohing turned off the computer and sat down with Gu Nianji on the sofa. Smart people often do things that are too smart for their own good. You don't have to be confused. It's not that I don't understand. Gu Nianji was a bit disappointed. She discreetly chose the best angle to rest her head on Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. Actually, they're not stupid. The fact that Prime Minister Do was able to force the Prime Minister's wife to commit suicide is enough to prove that Prime Minister Do is a ruthless character. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment. He took the iPad away and threw it on the coffee table in front of him. What's so interesting about this? It's a waste of time. Are you ready to be my mother's defense lawyer in court? Yes. Gu Nianji became excited again at the mention of this. I've been gathering information and watching all kinds of court debates. Then did you get your trial lawyer license? Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward and took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket. He squeezed it in his hand. Gu Nianji saw it and reached out to take the pack of cigarettes from his hand. Ha! No brand. Specially supplied. Hua Xiaoheng grunted. Give it back to me. I'm not giving it back. Gu Nianji shook her head. She took out a cigarette and put it to her lips. She winked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, light a cigarette for me. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her. His eyes gradually sharpened. When did you learn to smoke? I don't know how to smoke. Gu Nianji pouted. She removed the cigarette from her mouth and rubbed it in her hand. I just always see Hua Xiao smoking. I think he looks pretty handsome. Good girls don't smoke. Hua Xiaoheng took the cigarette from Gu Nianji's hand and threw it into the trash can. At the same time, he took the pack of cigarettes from her hand. Who said that? Whether I'm good or not has nothing to do with whether I smoke or not. Hua Xiao, you're really full of excuses. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng with dissatisfaction as he stuffed the pack of cigarettes back into his trouser pocket. Hua Xiaoheng casually rested an arm on the back of the sofa behind her. He turned to look at her. His voice was very low. I won't kiss a girl who smokes. As he spoke, he had already pressed down and gently licked Gu Nianji's lips. He only touched them for a moment before pulling away. There was no trace of reluctance. I'll remember. His voice was like a cello in the dark night. It was deep and captivating. Gu Nianji's entire body was numb. She lazily leaned against the sofa. She was so weak that she didn't even have the strength to raise her arms. Her eyes were watery, but she still stubbornly said, Hua Xiao, you smoke so much. I didn't despise you, you can despise me too. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her. A smile appeared on his face. He moved closer to her. You can swear not to kiss me. No way. As expected, Gu Nianji couldn't resist Hua Xiaoheng's beauty. She despised herself for being obsessed with looks and despised Hua Xiaoheng for using his beauty to seduce her at every turn. However, her body was more honest than her brain. She had already moved forward on her own accord, her round lips pouting as she pressed them against Hua Xiaoheng's. Gu Nianji had always thought that Hua Xiaoheng's lips were perfect. They were just the right amount of softness and hardness. They were very suitable for kissing. This was the first watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 7:00 in the evening. Chapter 285. Gu Nianji was so engrossed in the kiss that she didn't know that her curvy lips were also an irresistible temptation for Hua Xiaoheng. Seeing that Gu Nianji's body was about to slide to the floor, Hua Xiaoheng quickly grabbed the back of her head and lifted her up to lean against the sofa. He leaned over her and pressed the tip of his tongue between her lips. This time, the two of them didn't seem to need any more finesse to kiss each other until they were panting. The sensations in their bodies grew stronger and stronger as electricity flowed between their lips, bringing with it waves of numbness and sparks. Gu Nianji wrapped her arms around Hua Xiaoheng's neck in satisfaction and murmured against his lips. When can we kiss in public? Hua Xiaoheng said. Never. Why not? Gu Nianji smiled slyly and stretched out a finger to separate her lips from Hua Xiaoheng's. There are so many people kissing in front of others. I can't help it if I want to. Okay, then keep working hard. When you finally seduce me, I'll kiss you in public. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was very calm and emotionless, but Gu Nianji's heart pounded. Really? You're not lying to me. When have I ever lied to you? Okay, I'll keep working hard. Gu Nianji rubbed her palms together and almost swore. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head and looked at her with a complicated expression. He kissed her forehead again. Nianji, give me some time. Let me think about it. His voice sounded very gentle at that moment, and Gu Nianji was momentarily intoxicated by his voice. After a long time, she finally snapped back to her senses and immediately jumped on top of him. She grabbed his collar and asked nervously, "What do you mean think about it? Didn't you agree already? You promised that if I seduce you, you'll be mine." Hua Xiaoheng pulled her hand away in amusement. I was just saying it to test you, and you took it seriously. Don't try it like that. I'll take it seriously. Gu Nianji panicked. I know your identity is special. I will cooperate with you, but don't back out, okay? Gu Nianji's eyes were filled with panic. She looked at him innocently and aggrievedly, like a child whose most beloved present had been snatched away. The wholehearted trust and dependence in her expression was like a gentle arrow that struck Hua Xiaoheng's heart. All right, I won't back down. But you have to be obedient, okay? Hua Xiaoheng hugged her. Okay, it's late. Go back and rest. Gu Nianji dilly-dallied and refused to leave. She whispered, then Hua Xiao, can you open your door so that I can see the light in your room from my bedroom? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her silently for a while. When Gu Nianji first started following Hua Xiaoheng, she was very timid because she had been greatly frightened and used to sleep on the small bed in Hua Xiaoheng's bedroom. Later, when she grew older, she moved into her own bedroom. However, before she fell asleep, the lights in Hua Xiaoheng's room were always on, so she didn't have to be afraid. She didn't have to do this anymore until she went to university. Now that she was making such a request, it must be because he had given her too much pressure and fright, right? Hua Xiaoheng's thumb gently rubbed Gu Nianji's lips, feeling the soft and bouncy texture. A gentle expression appeared on his face. Yeah, I'll leave the door open until you fall asleep. Hua Xiao treats me the best. Gu Nianji beamed and hugged Hua Xiaoheng's neck. She tilted her head and made another unreasonable request. Then carry me back to my bedroom today. To carry her back to her bedroom, they would have to go through the hallway, and the hallway was monitored 24/7. That way, they would be discovered. Hua Xiaoheng saw through her little trick. No, you go back yourself. He stood up and returned to his desk to continue working. Gu Nianji's plan had failed. She could only rub her nose and return to her bedroom alone. However, after she returned to her bedroom and turned off the lights, she noticed that the door to Hua Xiaoheng's suite across from hers was probably open. There was light pouring out from the opposite room. The dim yellow light was long and narrow, quietly flowing beside her bedroom door. She suddenly felt very warm. When you truly liked someone, even if it was just to bathe in the same light with them, you would feel satisfied, right? Gu Nianji smiled and closed her eyes, preparing to sleep. In her half-asleep state, she felt Hua Xiaoheng walk in and stand by her bed for a while. Gu Nianji lay on the bed with a thin eiderdown quilt covering her. She hazily gazed at Hua Xiaoheng's tall figure and handsome jawline. She murmured, Hua Xiao, yeah, I'm here. Go to sleep. Hua Xiaoheng bent over to adjust the quilt for her and kissed her forehead. Good night. You sleep early too. Don't stay up late anymore. Gu Nianji mumbled, but her consciousness gradually blurred and she quickly fell asleep. A trace of a smile flashed across Hu Xiaoheng's calm face. Gu Nianji slept very peacefully that night. She didn't toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. When she woke up the next morning, she was in a good mood and took the initiative to run 10 laps in the sports field of the headquarters. The imperial capital in January was very cold in the morning. There was a thin layer of frost in the air and fog in the distance. The sun emitted a pale yellow light through the thick fog, like the unbroken yolk of a fried egg. It was unbelievably familiar. Gu Nianji wore a black tracksuit with a pair of camouflage pants and camouflage sneakers. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and there were crystal beads of sweat on her smooth forehead. Her fair skin was rosy, and she returned to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence with the vigor and youthfulness of a workout. "Hey, Nianji, you took the initiative to run so early. Let me see, did the sun rise from the west today?" "It came from the east." Yin Shixiang saw Gu Nianji at the entrance of the dining room and joked with her. Gu Nianji extended her fist and shook it at him. "Brother Xiong, I'm an athlete now. Don't mess with me. I'm scared. I'm scared. Please forgive me, heroine Gu." Yin Shixiang hurriedly bowed and begged for mercy. Gu Nianji giggled. Zhao Liangse carried his breakfast to the dining room. When he passed Gu Nianji, he deliberately sniffed. "Oh. Nianji, how many days have you not showered? You reek of sweat." "No way. I only showered last night." Gu Nianji was furious. She immediately let go of Yin Shixiang and blocked Zhao Liangse's way. "Smell it again. You must have smelled it wrong." "I can't smell it. Let me smell it." Zhao Liangse was used to messing around with Gu Nianji. He immediately leaned forward, his head almost touching Gu Nianji's cheek. "Then I'll smell it." It smells good." Gu Nianji shrank back and said with a smile, "Hey. You don't have to be so close." She heard Zhao Liangse yell as he was picked up and thrown to the side. He stumbled a few steps and quickly protected his breakfast plate. He turned around and yelled angrily, "Big Xiong, do you want to die?" However, the person standing in front of Gu Nianji was an expressionless Hu Xiaoheng. Yin Shixiang stood next to Hu Xiaoheng with a wink. He looked like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Zhao Liangse immediately deflated and chuckled. "Hu Xiao, don't be angry. I was just joking with little Nianji." "It was just a joke, I know." Hu Xiaoheng nodded calmly. "But Nianji is an adult now. You can't be impolite like before." "Yes, Chief." Zhao Liangse and Yin Shixiang immediately responded in unison. They even saluted him with their feet together. Gu Nianji was very embarrassed. She mumbled behind Hu Xiaoheng, "Hu Xiao, Brother Zhe didn't do anything. If you say that, they won't dare to play with me anymore." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and didn't say anything. He walked to the dining room. Gu Nianji lowered her head and rubbed her feet. She didn't want to go in anymore. She turned to her room to shower. Hu Xiaoheng came to the dining room and sat down. He noticed that Gu Nianji hadn't followed him in. He couldn't help but look at the door. Zhao Liangse eagerly tried to make Gu Nianji look bad in front of Hu Xiaoheng. "Hu Xiao," Nianji threw a little tantrum. "She was upset after being scolded by you. She ran back to her room without breakfast." Yes. The little girl's temper is getting worse. She needs to be educated. She's useless if she doesn't be educated." Yin Shixiang joined in the fun. He secretly wanted to give Gu Nianji a thumbs up. Our little Nianji was the first person in the Special Operations Forces to dare throw a tantrum at Hu Xiaoheng. "Really?" Hu Xiaoheng looked away and glanced at Zhao Liangse and Yin Shixiang. You guys are so gossipy. Did Chinlai teach you? Chapter 286. Chinlai had just walked in with a tray full of his favorite breakfast foods and heard Hu Xiaoheng's words. He frowned with displeasure. Hu Xiao, it's your business to scold little Zay and Big Xiong, but it's not nice of you to drag me into this. When have I ever gossiped? Pfft. What a joke. The Military General Hospital's coldest Prince Charming is my nickname. Pfft. Zhao Liangse and Yin Shixiang burst out laughing. What? You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, don't come looking for me next time you're sick. Chinlai used his trump card. Zhao Liangse and Yin Shixiang immediately rebelled and bowed to Chinlai. One of them pulled out a chair for him and the other poured him milk. They said eagerly, Brother Chin, please sit. Brother Chin, are you tired? Brother Chin, do you want us to feed you? Pfft. Go sit on the side. Chinlai glanced at Hu Xiaoheng, then at the people in the dining room. He was surprised. Where's Ninji? Where's Mrs. Song? Mrs. Song said she wanted to have breakfast in her room. She didn't come down today. The orderly in charge of serving them in the dining room quickly answered. Hu Xiao, should we ask Mrs. Song to come down? No need. Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand and looked at the breakfast on the table. He ordered, bring Ninji's breakfast to her room and bring the tray out when she's finished. Yes, sir. The orderly brought Gu Ninji's breakfast tray to her room and knocked on the door. No one answered. Miss Gu, breakfast. He turned on the intercom at the door and spoke to the person inside. Gu Nianji was in the middle of a shower when she heard the intercom in the bathroom. She quickly turned off the water and raised her voice. Just put it in the living room. Thank you. I'm in the shower. Open the door yourself. It's not locked. Okay, I've put the breakfast on the coffee table in your living room. The orderly opened the door and put the tray down. He closed the door and returned to the dining room. Zhao Liangse saw him return and asked worriedly, did Nianji eat? The orderly shook his head. Lieutenant Colonel, Miss Gu was taking a shower. I put the tray on the coffee table and came out. Zhao Liangse and Yin Shixiang breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and snickered. It looked like Nianji minded Zhao Liangse saying she smelled like sweat. Yo! Little girl, you've grown up, ha 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 ha. Zhao Liangse and Yin Shixiang instantly felt like they had a girl in their house. They smiled happily. Hu Xiaoheng expressionlessly picked up his knife and fork to eat his breakfast. He did not react at all. Recalling how Hu Xiaoheng had called him a master of gossip, Chinlai grinned darkly and turned to ask the orderly, is Miss Gu taking a shower? Then how did you get in? The orderly was only 17 or 18 years old, so he was even younger than Gu Nianji. He had a simple and honest expression on his face as he replied very seriously, Miss Gu said the door wasn't locked, so she told me to push the door open and go in myself. The door wasn't locked. Chinlai said meaningfully, his eyes constantly drifting to Hu Xiaoheng. She didn't lock the door when she was taking a shower. This little girl can't get into this habit. Of course nothing will happen here, but if she gets into this habit and doesn't lock the door when she's taking a shower outside. TSK, I can't imagine. He clearly saw Hu Xiaoheng's hand tighten around his knife and fork, then quickly relax. He continued to eat his breakfast indifferently. He ate at the same speed as usual and even drank a small cup of coffee before saying to Zhao Liangse, you said you had materials to send to me yesterday. I'm free now, so send them over quickly. Zhao Liangse had not finished his breakfast yet and choked on his food. He almost couldn't breathe and quickly drank a glass of juice before saying, I'm not done with that stuff yet. Hu Xiaoheng wants it now. Yeah, right away. I have half a day off. I have a meeting with the Supreme Military Council in the afternoon. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and strode out of the dining room. Yes, sir. Zhao Liangse immediately put down his breakfast and hurried to organize the materials for Hu Xiaoheng. Chen Lai rubbed his chin and looked at Hu Xiaoheng's retreating figure in deep thought. Why was this bastard more reserved in his emotions? Even he couldn't see any clues. How amazing! Chen Lai gave Hu Xiaoheng a thumbs up. Yin Shixiang looked at him in confusion and stuffed a large mouthful of cheese and mashed potatoes into his mouth. He asked in a muffled voice, Dr. Chen, what do you mean by that? I'm complimenting your Hu Xiaoheng. He's getting better and better. His steadiness and composure has reached perfection. Chen Lai said with a smile. Of course. Otherwise, how could he be a major general and I a lieutenant colonel when we're the same age? Yin Shixiang rolled his eyes. Dr. Chen, if you learn from Hu Xiaoheng, you wouldn't be stuck at the position of senior colonel for so long without being promoted. This was also something that hurt Chen Lai. He felt that Hu Xiaoheng's personal secretary was as annoying as he was. He roared, get out. He wanted nothing more than to glare at Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang laughed out loud and stuffed the 2 dumplings into his mouth. Only then did he stagger out of the room to work. Hu Xiaoheng returned to the 2nd floor. He was supposed to return to his suite, but he stood at the door to his suite and looked at Gu Nianji's bedroom door. He walked over and opened the door. The door wasn't locked, and there was breakfast on the coffee table. Was it not done yet? Hu Xiaoheng locked the door and walked past the living room to the bedroom inside. The bathroom was inside the bedroom. When he arrived at the bedroom, he didn't hear the sound of running water in the bathroom. Hu Xiaoheng was a bit confused and called out, Nianji. Gu Nianji was applying body lotion in the bathroom, but her eyes were fixed on the bottles of perfume on the bathroom vanity. When she heard Hu Xiaoheng's voice, she froze and hurriedly wrapped a towel around herself. Hu Xiao. What's the matter? Hu Xiaoheng looked up to see Gu Nianji standing in front of him. Her pitch-black hair was wet and still dripping water. The towel was only wrapped around her chest and covered her thighs. Her skin, which had just come out of the shower, was fair and glowing. The luster came from the inner layer of her skin, like a layer of light reflecting on the surface. Hu Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his voice became even deeper. Who taught you not to lock the door when you shower? Gu Nianji looked around in confusion and said, This is your official residence, Hu Xiao. It's absolutely safe. I'll be fine even if I run around naked. You're in the right now. Although what Gu Nianji said was correct, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but be enraged when he heard it. He took 2 steps forward, his expression stern. Say that again. Gu Nianji was so scared that she took 2 steps back and wrapped the towel around her chest. She gathered her courage and said, What did I say wrong? Hu Xiao has good people here. They won't do anything to me. Besides, even if someone wants to do anything, with Hu Xiao's tight security, they'll probably be taken down before they can do anything. What am I afraid of? Why would I lock the door? Then you can leave the door unlocked when you shower. And you want to run around naked. Hu Xiaoheng frowned at Gu Nianji. To be so unguarded against a man, was it because she was too careless, or was it because his education had failed? Gu Nianji didn't understand what Hu Xiaoheng was conflicted about. She blinked her large, misty eyes and muttered quietly. I was just making an example. It's not like I'm really going to run around naked. Even if they don't do anything to me, I'm still embarrassed. Okay, what kind of example is not good? Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and stopped walking. Remember, no matter where you are, always lock the door when you shower. The bathroom door. Of course. Gu Nianji suddenly remembered that she hadn't actually locked the bathroom door just now. She didn't dare to think too much about it and immediately nodded guiltily. Okay, I'll definitely lock the outside door in the future. Hu Xiaoheng could tell something was wrong from her tone. Don't tell me you didn't even lock the bathroom door just now. If Hu Xiaoheng hadn't asked, Gu Nianji could have kept it a secret and comforted herself that she hadn't lied to him. But now that Hu Xiaoheng had asked, Gu Nianji had no choice but to tell him. However, Hu Xiaoheng had been so angry just now. Gu Nianji was worried that if she told him, he would be even more displeased with her. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. This was the first watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Chapter 287. In Hu Xiaoheng's eyes, Gu Nianji's pitiful expression showed that she was guilty. It was no different from admitting that she hadn't locked the bathroom door. You really didn't lock the bathroom door? Hu Xiaoheng's voice was dangerously low. Gu Nianji originally wanted to argue that the front door was closed, but then she thought about the fact that the bathroom door wasn't locked, and the front door wasn't locked either. It seemed too careless of her to just shower without any qualms. Looking at Hu Xiaoheng's increasingly solemn face, Gu Nianji's mind raced. She blinked her big misty eyes and suddenly reached out to throw herself into Hu Xiaoheng's arms. She said softly, Hu Xiao, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please punish me. Hu Xiaoheng lowered his hands and didn't hug her. He lowered his head and said indifferently, Are you mistaken? Gu Nianji raised her head in his arms and looked into his dark eyes. She was mesmerized. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I won't do it again. Believe me. You can punish me. You want me to punish you? Come on, do you want to force a kiss, or do you want to use violence? I'll stand there obediently and not resist. Gu Nianji even closed her eyes and pouted. Hu Xiaoheng slowly extended a slender and clean finger and pressed it against Gu Nianji's lips. He used a bit of force to push her back. Is this your punishment? Don't be too optimistic. Gu Nianji buried her head in Hu Xiaoheng's chest in disappointment, but the corners of her lips curled up. Although she didn't succeed, at least Hu Xiaoheng's anger had disappeared without a trace. Don't laugh too early. Hu Xiaoheng looked down and saw the smile on Gu Nianji's face. Punishment is a must, but I decide how and where to punish him. Gu Nianji looked up happily. Oh. Really? How does Hu Xiao want to punish me? Give me a hint so that I can prepare, whip, candle, or... Hu Xiaoheng's expression changed, and he interrupted her. Nianji, how do you know so much nonsense? Gu Nianji pursed her lips tightly. Oh no, she had gotten carried away and blurted all this out. Say it. Are you mute? In her panic, Gu Nianji blurted out, It sounds like Hu Xiao knows about these things too. Then how did Hu Xiao find out? I'm asking you a question, not asking you to ask me back. Hu Xiaoheng ignored her question and pushed her away as he spoke. Leaving his broad and warm embrace, Gu Nianji instantly felt very disappointed. Her eyes dimmed, and the bright stars seemed to disappear from her eyes. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't bear to see her like this, but if he didn't teach her a lesson this time, who knew what kind of big mistake she would make in the future? He knew how to prepare for a rainy day, and he also knew how to develop good habits to avoid unexpected situations. Say it. Hu Xiaoheng raised his wrist to look at his watch. I only have 5 minutes. If you don't tell me, I'm going to, no. Gu Nianji was flustered. She clutched the towel in front of her chest and stammered, I saw it on the internet. Yeah, the Wiki Encyclopedia. I heard someone talk about SM once, so I was curious, so I went to look it up. Then I found a detailed explanation. Gu Nianji said as she lowered her head in embarrassment. Her face was red. Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly, then did you watch the videos? No. I really didn't. Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. Although I'm also very interested in the romance movies my classmate talked about, I didn't find any resources. Actually, the computer, phone, and iPad she used all had security programs installed by Zhao Liangzi. Those resource websites had long been set as inaccessible, so they were all blocked. The only one that slipped through was the wiki, but it was really just introductions of knowledge and not inappropriate content. Hua Xiaoheng knew that, but he was worried that Gu Nianji would see those things on other people's computers or phones. He nodded. Okay, I'll believe you this once. Hua Xiao, believe me, I really didn't. Gu Nianji finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Her tears flowed down her face. Her crystal-clear tears rolled down her clean skin, and Hua Xiaoheng's heart trembled. She stood in front of Hua Xiaoheng, crying like a doll. She was barefoot, and her perfectly sculpted legs were dazzlingly white. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and said dryly, "Stop crying. Hurry up and go change." Gu Nianji wiped her tears with the back of her hand and went to the closet to find a set of clothes. She carried them to the bathroom to change. Hua Xiao. She stood timidly behind Hua Xiaoheng and called out to him. She didn't dare to act spoiled anymore. Hua Xiaoheng turned around to see her wearing a pea-green turtleneck short wool pullover and very slim custom-made wool trousers. She stood in front of him somewhat awkwardly. There were still tears on her face, and her hair was still wet. It was wrapped in a hair towel. She was like a slender and elegant new lotus, still fresh and dewy. He waved. "Come here." Gu Nianji hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked over. Hua Xiao. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I'll remember to lock the door, no matter where it is. Okay, as long as you remember. Hua Xiaoheng held her shoulders. It's for your own good. We can't be by your side all the time. You have to be able to protect yourself. I will. Gu Nianji's voice was still a bit timid. Hua Xiaoheng knew he had scared her, but it was a necessary punishment. If he wasn't so harsh, she wouldn't remember it. Come, eat breakfast. Hua Xiaoheng put one arm around her shoulder and led her to the living room outside. Don't you usually shower after breakfast? Why didn't you eat breakfast today? Gu Nianji thought about her bad luck today. It started from Zhao Liangzi's joke. She couldn't help but complain. It's all Brother Zay's fault. He said I smell sweat after running. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. I don't want you to smell it. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He wanted to laugh. He pulled her to sit on the sofa in the living room and asked, in your heart, am I someone who can't even stand the smell of sweat? Then how did I survive all these years of carrying out missions outside? Gu Nianji was a bit embarrassed. It was clearly not the same thing. Hua Xiao was also deliberately changing the topic. But she had just been taught a lesson, so she didn't dare to say anything else. She lowered her head and remained silent. She was very reserved. Hua Xiaoheng saw her like this and thought she was probably embarrassed. After all, he had just scolded her. After thinking about it, Hua Xiaoheng leaned over to her ear and whispered, be good. Don't go to other people's places to look at these messy things. I definitely won't look. Gu Nianji shook her head so hard that it was almost clanking. If you really want to look, you can look for me. As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, his voice and body lowered. His perfectly sculpted lips circled from Gu Nianji's ear to her curvy lips. He touched them once and separated again, stopping at a place that was inches away, but not touching. Gu Nianji could almost feel Hua Xiaoheng's hot breath going in and out of his lips. She was like a candle that was about to be completely melted by him. Really? Really? Gu Nianji asked shakily, can you, let me look? If you're good, I can think about it. Hu Xiaoheng ran one hand through her hair and held the back of her head. His movements were gentle but firm as he pressed her against him. In this kiss, he was the only one who was in charge. She could only receive if he gave. If he didn't give, she could only look up to him. Gu Nianji's lips were already numb from being sucked, but she enjoyed it. Hu Xiaoheng was also very engrossed. He didn't let go of Gu Nianji until Zhao Liangze called him over the earpiece. His head pressed against hers and his voice was hoarse. Be good. I'll be worried if you do this again. Gu Nianji was so touched that she shivered. All the hugs and kisses from before were not as touching as his words. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Hu Xiao, I won't do what you don't want me to do. Gu Nianji couldn't help crying again. But this time, she was crying from being moved, not from being wronged or afraid. Hu Xiaoheng sat quietly with her in his arms for a while before getting up. You eat breakfast. I'm going to work. Gu Nianji walked him to the door. It was actually just a corridor away. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head at her speechlessly and didn't say anything else. He walked to the suite across the street to look at the materials. Gu Nianji was in a great mood. She cheered up and ate breakfast. She called He Jichu and told him that she was going to the school to talk about signing the papers. She asked if he was free. It was the second watch. A reminder about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Chapter 288. Gu Nianji was calling He Jichu's private number. Very few people knew this number. From the United States to the Hua Xia Empire, the number of people who knew this number could be counted on one hand. He Jichu had just finished breakfast and was working on some work emails in front of his computer. Hearing that it was the ringtone of his personal cell phone, he took it and looked at it, then immediately swiped open the phone to answer it. Professor He, good morning. Gu Nianji's sweet and soft voice came from the phone. He Jichu let go of the mouse and leaned back in his chair. His voice was distant. Hi, Nianji. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. He Jichu could still answer her call, so he probably wouldn't be too angry. Professor He, I told you I needed your signature last time. When are you free? Gu Nianji asked with a smile. He Jichu played with a pen in his hand and slammed it on the table. He asked her coldly, you're not going to be a negotiator for the special forces anymore. That was just a temporary measure. Professor He, you don't think Hu Xiao would give me a job for personal reasons, do you? Gu Nianji retorted with a smile. Then are you or are you not? He Jichu ignored her provocation and asked her stubbornly. Gu Nianji could only purse her lips and whisper. No. Okay, then are you free now? I'll be right there. He Jichu hung up. Gu Nianji stared at the phone. He didn't even say where he was. How am I going to find you? She thought about it and sent He Jichu another text. Professor He, where are you? He Jichu replied to his address at the B University Law Faculty building and went to the bathroom to take a quick shower. He wore a bathrobe with a loose belt and a towel around his neck. He used the towel to dry his hair as he walked. Just as he reached the bedroom, he saw Wen Shuyi come in with a stack of washed and ironed clothes to put in his closet. He Jichu frowned and said with displeasure, why didn't you knock? Wen Shuyi quickly turned around and saw He Jichu just out of the shower. She said in surprise, Professor He, you're still in the room. Shouldn't you be at the station at this time? He Jichu finally remembered that he was supposed to go to the Hua Xia Empire's sovereign law firm for a meeting and meet with his employees. I don't want to go. You can go in my place. Hijichu took a set of clean clothes and walked to the bathroom to change. Biting her lip, Wen Shi walked to the bathroom door and asked worriedly, "Professor He, what's wrong? Is he sick? Do you have another headache?" After changing, Hijichu opened the bathroom door and walked out. He said dryly, "Do I need to explain to you whether I go or not? I'm just worried about Professor He's health." Old Mr. He is very worried about Professor He. When Shi quickly explained, "I'm relieved if you're fine. I'm going to the law firm for a meeting now." When Shi left Hijichu's room and saw that there wasn't much time left, she quickly called the front desk of the Sovereign Descent law firm and told her that Mr. He wouldn't be able to come today. She would be meeting everyone on his behalf. Of course, the employees were very disappointed. They had long wanted to meet this famous boss behind the scenes, but they still hadn't been able to. After when Shi left, Hijichu walked to the sofa and sat down. He picked up a newspaper and began reading, but he wasn't calm. He kept glancing at his watch and at his personal phone. Gu Nianji arranged to meet with Hijichu and then went to find Yin Shixiang to ask him to find a car for her. She was going to be university in the north of the imperial capital. It was in the north and south of the Special Operations Forces, so they were quite far apart. Yin Shixiang didn't think it was a big deal. Hu Xiaoheng was also looking at the documents and had instructed him not to disturb him. Therefore, he took the initiative to send a car for Gu Nianji. The car was very ordinary, but it looked a bit strange for such an ordinary car to have a driver. Gu Nianji sat in the car and thought to herself that if she put a taxi sign on the car, people would probably be waving for it. She drove out of the Special Operations Forces and encountered a traffic jam. She had no choice but to take out her phone to play games. After a full hour, the traffic in front of her finally began to move. At that moment, Hijichu's call came in. He asked unhappily, "Gu Nianji, you're late again. What reason do you have this time?" Gu Nianji was tongue-tied in the car. She stared at the snake-like traffic in front of her and said unhappily, "Professor He, there's a traffic jam. Also, we didn't agree on a time. How can you say I'm late?" Hijichu said coldly, "You're still trying to find excuses. It's only a 45-minute drive from where you live to the campus, but you're not even here after 2:45 minutes. Gu Nianji had dawdled earlier and asked Yin Shixiang to transfer the car. That was why she had wasted so much time. Now that there was a traffic jam, there was nothing she could do. "Professor He, I don't have a helicopter. I can't just arrive whenever I want." Gu Nianji could only smile apologetically. "You're a magnanimous person. Don't argue with me." She then immediately said, "Don't worry." In another, she turned to ask the driver beside her, "How much longer until we arrive?" The driver looked at the traffic and the length of the road and estimated a number. "About another half an hour." Gu Nianji quickly told Hijichu, "I'll be there in another half an hour." Hijichu's frown deepened, but he didn't say anything else. He hung up and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He walked to the window and looked down from the 28th floor. The roads around B University didn't seem to be stuck in traffic from a distance. He looked down and swiped the map on his phone. He discovered that there was indeed a traffic jam on the ring highway from the Special Operations Forces to B University. The long red line was annoying to look at. Half an hour later, Gu Nianji's car finally arrived at the south gate of B University. They didn't have a pass to B University, so they couldn't drive directly into the campus. Gu Nianji didn't mind. She got out of the car and bent over to speak to the driver. She asked him to find a place to park and wait for her to come out so they could go back together. The driver was responsible for Gu Nianji's transportation. He patiently listened to Gu Nianji and confirmed her phone number before driving away. Gu Nianji straightened her back and was about to turn around to enter the school gate when she heard a snicker from behind. She remembered the woman's voice. Although she had only heard it once, and it was more than 10 days ago, she remembered it clearly. She couldn't help it. Her memory was just that good. Gu Nianji gave herself a mental thumbs up and walked forward without looking back. The voice belonged to Prime Minister Dou's youngest daughter, Do Ayan. Oh. You have a private car. Who's the driver? Do Ayan had already walked over and was smiling at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji turned around and saw Do Ayan wearing a bright red cashmere tunic. She was tall and had long, wavy hair flowing down her back. She was very beautiful and much prettier than her older sister, Do Qingyan. Beside her stood two young girls in light blue and pink cashmere coats respectively. Perhaps they were her classmates or her attendants. Gu Nianji glanced at them and ignored them. She continued to walk towards the south gate. Do Ayan didn't expect someone to ignore her. She froze and chased after her. Hey! I'm talking to you. What's wrong with you? Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks and turned to look at her. May I ask who you are? Are you talking to me? Then please be polite. You don't recognize me. Do Ayan didn't expect Gu Nianji to pretend not to know her. You were a guest at my house a few days ago. How can you not remember me so soon? The other two young girls beside Do Ayan also laughed. You're so good at pretending. Gu Nianji gripped the strap of her backpack. She smiled. I've been invited to many people's houses. If the host didn't introduce himself, I really wouldn't remember. Alright, you're blocking my way. Please move aside. Do Ayan watched as she walked to the school gates and exchanged a few words with the campus police before entering. Do Ayan stomped her foot. What's so great about her? She only got to do this because she was licking Huashao's boots. She's just an orphan girl, what's there to be arrogant about? Once Huashao has a wife, you'll show your true colors. This was the first watch. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Mwah. Chapter 289. Do Ayan angrily followed behind Gu Nianji. The two girls beside her were her friends who also studied at B University but weren't law students. Their fathers were Prime Minister Dou's subordinates and had close ties with the Dou family. They also had a good relationship with Do Ayan at school. Do Ayan usually got along well with her classmates at school and never put on the airs of the Prime Minister's daughter. Today, however, she was angered by the pretentious Gu Nianji in front of her. Ayan, who's she? Don't be angry, it's not worth getting angry with that kind of person. The girl in the light blue cashmere coat asked quietly, you seem to know her well. Who's close to that kind of person? Do Ayan rolled her eyes, she's an orphan and grew up with Major General Hua. Does she think she's the general's daughter? He didn't even adopt her, okay? Oh. I've never heard of her. The two girls looked at each other in surprise. They had also attended the banquet at the Prime Minister's official residence that day but had been too busy socializing with their friends to pay attention to anything else. After the incident with Do Ayan's sister, their attention was completely drawn to the photos. The two girls became interested at the mention of Major General Hua. Is that the man in your sister's photo? Oh my! He's so handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he's also very handsome. You don't know how hard it is to find a man who's pleasing to the eye these days. Being handsome is already a blessing. And he's so handsome that it takes one's breath away. TSK, if I could be with him, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. Do Ayan frowned at the infatuated comments of her two friends. You both think Major General Hua is handsome. He's more than handsome. He's handsome, beautiful, and handsome to the point of flying. The girl in the pink cashmere coat was clearly even more infatuated, her arms folded in front of her, her eyes sparkling. The last time I saw him in the photo, I couldn't help but want to scream. Too bad I didn't get to see him with my own eyes when he came to your house in person, what a shame. Yes, yes, yes. Me too. I regretted it so much at the time. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my time with those punks. I wouldn't have missed the opportunity to see Major General Huo with my own eyes. Do-Ayan thought back to the first time she saw Hua Xiaoheng that night and shook her head with a smile. I still think Professor He is better looking. She blushed. Her two friends were so engrossed in their infatuation that they did not notice her strange behavior. The three of them could not help but walk behind Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had long noticed that the Prime Minister's youngest daughter was still following behind her. She didn't care. Firstly, they were walking on the university's campus in broad daylight. The chances of something happening were too low. Secondly, whenever Gu Nianji went out, Hua Xiaoheng had arranged for people to secretly follow and protect her. In the past, she didn't feel it was very obvious, but ever since she met the kidnappers at C University last year, she realized how many people were protecting her from behind for her personal safety. Of course, from then on, Gu Nianji had also become more cautious because her own recklessness and willfulness could cost others their lives. Thirdly, as the Prime Minister's beloved daughter, Do-Ayan also had bodyguards secretly following her. Therefore, Gu Nianji walked very leisurely and looked around the B University campus. The B University campus was very large. Students usually had to ride bicycles to and from the classrooms, library, and cafeteria. If they didn't have bicycles, they would probably be out of breath from running on foot. They might not even be able to make it from one class to the next in time. Because B University's teaching blocks were very scattered, and the university students didn't have a unified classroom for classes, everyone would go to the teaching block according to the timetable when they needed to attend the class. Some students even drove their cars to the campus. Gu Nianji pulled up the map of the B University campus on her phone and found the closest path to He Zhichu's professor's building. Do-Ayan and the others were all thinking about their own thoughts and did not chatter like before. Therefore, they did not notice and lost track of Gu Nianji. When they came to their senses, there were several paths leading in all directions, but Gu Nianji was nowhere to be seen. Where the hell did she go in the blink of an eye? Do-Ayan stomped her feet angrily. How could she run so fast? Forget it, forget it. Her two friends quickly persuaded her, who cares, she's not like us. Ayan, didn't you say you wanted to talk to Professor Wen? Let's walk you there. Okay, let's go together. Do-Ayan told Wen Shui that she had no classes today, so she was going to ask Wen Shui some questions about books. Her two friends also wanted to get to know the famous lawyer He. For people like them, it was always good to have a good relationship with a lawyer. In the end, enemies often crossed each other's path. When the three of them arrived at Wen Shui's building, they saw Gu Nianji, who had disappeared earlier, was already standing in front of the building. She was wearing a black semi-long leather jacket, which was very slim, and a belt around her waist outlined her slender waist. Underneath the leather jacket, she wore a light yellow sweater with a high collar, which wrapped around her slender neck. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, which fluttered behind her, making her look very capable and refreshing. On her legs, she wore a pair of knee-high leather boots, which were very thin, which showed the beautiful lines of her calves. Gu Nianji stood in front of the building with the phone by her ear, lost in thought. She did not speak and hung up after a while. Why is she here? Do-Ayan muttered to herself and looked in Gu Nianji's direction suspiciously. She knew Gu Nianji had Major General Hua's support now, so she did not want to argue with her right away. A gentleman's revenge was a dish best served cold. When Major General Hua got married and had a wife, it would be much easier to deal with Gu Nianji then. Her two friends also looked at her curiously. Who is she looking for? The three of them were confused when a gentle voice came from behind them. Ayan. You're early. It was Wen Shui's voice. She had just arrived in a Mercedes and parked in the parking lot in front of the professor's building. This spot was especially valuable because it could only be parked by cars belonging to people with disabilities. Only privileged cars could park there. People like Do-Ayan looked at a person's status far more than their clothes and other things. They looked at many other soft qualities. For example, where could one park there? Was the food specially provided or bought from the market? How many tickets could one get for performances by the head of state of the country at a national opera house? Was it a private room or a normal auditorium? Wen Shi's parking spot showed that she had a special status at B University. Do-Ayan immediately smiled sweetly and walked up to Wen Shi, who had just gotten out of the car. Professor Wen, is it bad that I came early? Of course not. Wen Shi patted her face with a smile. You wouldn't have found me if you came early, I just went to a meeting. If it wasn't for the fact that the meeting ended earlier than expected, you would have had to wait forever. Oh. Do-Ayan rubbed her nose sheepishly. It's my fault, I won't do it again. Wen Shi smiled warmly at her. It's fine, I didn't make it clear to you. Do-Ayan's two friends saw that Wen Shi was so easy to talk to and couldn't help praising her. Ayan, is this the professor Wen you always talk about? She's young, beautiful and has a successful career, what a goddess. Not only was she young and beautiful, she could also drive a luxury car and park in a privileged parking spot. Unexpectedly, Wen Shi shook her head humbly. You're too kind, I only got this because of Professor He. I'm his teaching assistant, this treatment is all because of him. Do-Ayan immediately felt embarrassed as soon as she heard He Jichu's name. She ran her hand through her hair and pretended to be calm as she asked, Professor He, yeah, is he here too? When she glanced at her with a smile, she took out her Hermes Kelly bag from the car and pouted, let's go, we'll know when we see him. The four of them walked forward together and Wen Shi also saw Gu Nianji standing at the entrance of the professor's building. She had already stopped talking on the phone and had one hand in her leather jacket pocket, the other holding the strap of her backpack as she stared at the entrance of the professor's building in a daze. It was the second watch. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 290. When Shi saw that Gu Nianji was also there and instantly understood why He Jichu suddenly didn't want to go to the meeting. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and shook her head calmly, raising a hand to Do-Ayan, wait, I have something to do. Do-Ayan and her two friends stopped in their tracks curiously and watched as Wen Shi walked towards Gu Nianji. Nianji, are you here to see Professor He? Wen Shi asked with a friendly smile when she arrived in front of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji calmly turned to look at Wen Shi and smiled back. Hello teaching assistant Wen, yes, I'm here to see Professor He. Do-Ayan and her friends were standing not far from Gu Nianji and could hear her. Now that she heard Gu Nianji say she was looking for Professor He, Do-Ayan's mind buzzed and she couldn't hear anything else. That one sentence brought back all the old and new hatred she had for Gu Nianji and her guardian, Major General Hua. Major General Hua's indifference to her sister, the disaster her sister had caused, and the humiliation she had felt at being ignored by Gu Nianji at the school gates all flooded her mind. Do-Ayan pursed her lips and slowly walked over to Wen Shi. By the time she reached Wen Shi's side, her expression had changed. She smiled as she took Wen Shi's arm and looked Gu Nianji up and down. Do you remember who I am now? Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow, she didn't understand why the two of them were together. Wen Shi had once saved Gu Nianji's life, so Gu Nianji didn't want to be rude in front of her. She averted her eyes and said calmly, I'm sorry, I still don't remember your name. You really don't remember me? Do-Ayan sneered, but secretly glanced at Wen Shi from the corner of her eye. She was surprised to see that Professor Wen didn't seem to be repulsed by her actions, and even smiled slightly. Do-Ayan had always been good at reading people's expressions since she was young, and this time she was even bolder. She crossed her arms and snorted at Gu Nianji, stop pretending, everyone knows about my sister and Major General Hua. How can you not know who I am? Gu Nianji hadn't expected Do Ayan to bring up her sister, Do Qingyan, in order to force her to admit that she knew her. In Gu Nianji's opinion, if something like this had happened to her own sister, she would never mention it to anyone else. Not only would she not mention it herself, but she would also change the subject as soon as someone mentioned it. She didn't expect Do Ayan to throw caution to the wind like this. Moreover, Gu Nianji had interrogated Wen Shuyi and He Zhichu as the Special Operations Forces negotiator for Do Qingyan's case. If that was the case, it would be difficult to pretend that he didn't know Do Ayan. Gu Nianji hesitated. Actually, if Do Ayan had spoken to her nicely and not used such a condescending and rude attitude, she wouldn't have acted as if she didn't know her. Do Ayan saw Gu Nianji's hesitation and thought she was giving in to Wen Shuyi. She quickly said, "Stop pretending and tell me." When Gu Nianji heard this, her stubbornness returned. She smiled and said, "Who is your sister?" "I don't know which woman Hua Xiao is involved with, so I don't know where your sister is. Even your sister doesn't know who you are, so of course she doesn't know who you are. You don't even know my sister. Now I'm sure you're really pretending." Do Ayan laughed coldly and shook her head. "Forget it. If you don't know her, then you don't know her. I don't care. Professor Wen, let's go sit at your place." Wen Shuyi nodded with a smile and said to Gu Nianji, "Nianji, do you want to come with us?" Gu Nianji was about to shake her head when Do Ayan, who was feeling very uncomfortable, said, "Why are you looking for Professor He? If you want to transfer schools, you have to talk to the faculty. It's useless for you to talk to him, you have to ask Major General Hua." She thought that Gu Nianji was looking for Professor He for the same reason she was looking for Wen Shuyi. She wanted to get close to the two men. She had only managed to get close to Wen Shuyi. Gu Nianji was only a student from another school and didn't have a biological father who was the prime minister. She only had a nominal guardian, Major General Hua. Do Ayan didn't believe it at all. Gu Nianji was tired of listening to Do Ayan brag about her school. She glanced at Do Ayan's face and said dryly, "I don't need to transfer schools. I'm already a student at B University." "You already are. Which faculty?" "Law faculty." Gu Nianji smiled, but felt a bit sick inside. She didn't want to argue with people like Do Ayan anymore. "You're also a law student. Ha 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 ha, I think you didn't check your almanac when you went out today. Did Li Gue meet Li Kue?" Do Ayan couldn't help laughing, her earlier gloominess about Gu Nianji was gone. "I'm also a law student. I'm a freshman this year and I know almost all of my freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and even seniors. I've never seen you before." Gu Nianji smiled. "That's because I'm not a freshman, sophomore, junior, or even a senior. Are you satisfied now?" Do Ayan blinked at Gu Nianji. She didn't understand, not a freshman, sophomore, junior, or senior. "Then what year are you? Aren't you only 18? Did you just graduate from high school and just get into university? Now's not the time for college entrance exams." Gu Nianji finally couldn't help but roll her eyes. Prime Minister Do's eldest daughter was an idiot, and this youngest daughter was an idiot. They were both arrogant pieces of trash. "I graduated last year and I am now a postgraduate student at B University's Faculty of Law. Professor He is my instructor." "Student who loves to check accounts, are you satisfied now?" Do Ayan's face flushed red, then quickly turned purple. She glared at Gu Nianji. You're really only 18. You didn't change your age, did you? Graduate with a master's degree at 18. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I believe that?" Gu Nianji suddenly remembered by Dreamy, who had changed her age in order to retain the title of Genius Girl. She giggled and shook her head. "I'm an orphan, I don't have the power to change my age." "You think too highly of me, classmate." Wen Shuyi watched them intently from the side and didn't say a word. She only smiled encouragingly at Do-Ayan when she panicked. Do-Ayan suddenly remembered the car Gu Nianji had taken when she arrived. She sneered, "That's not necessarily true. Even I don't have a private car. Miss Gu, you're an orphan, but you have your own private car and chauffeur." "What private car and chauffeur?" When Shi looked very interested, "Nianji, did General Hu prepare it for you?" Gu Nianji became cautious and shook her head in denial, "Of course not. That was an Uber car I found. I had to pay for it." "What's wrong? Why are you guys looking at me like I'm a magnifying glass?" She turned her head, her eyes flashing as she looked at Do-Ayan, "And you, I don't even know what your name is. I can't believe you're trying to dig up my background and make me write down my birthday to you, right? Let me tell you, you're invading my privacy by doing this. I can also send you a lawyer's letter." Pfft. The two girls with Do-Ayan burst out laughing. They pointed at Gu Nianji. "You think you can send her a lawyer's letter? Oh my, now I really believe you don't know who she is." They looked at Do-Ayan. "Ayan, don't talk to people who are different from you. It's lowering your status and lowering your status." Gu Nianji nodded. "I think you're right too, so I won't keep you company. You guys go ahead and have fun." She stepped aside to let them in first. When Shi was full of smiles and was about to say a few more words when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a tall and handsome figure standing at the entrance of the professor's building from the corner of her eye. She didn't know how long he had been standing there, but his gaze was heavy and cold as he looked over. It was He Ji-chu. When Shi shuddered, but quickly calmed down and smiled at Gu Nianji. She didn't even have time to say a few words to Gu Nianji before He Ji-chu strode over with his hands in his trouser pockets, looking at Gu Nianji with displeasure. "Hurry up and come up, I've been waiting for you." Gu Nianji quickly replied, "Hello Professor He. I tried to call you earlier but couldn't get through." This was the first watch. Just a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Chapter 291. He Ji-chu had been busy with work on his computer and had his headset on, so he missed Gu Nianji's call. By the time he realized it, Gu Nianji had already hung up. He only saw a text from Gu Nianji that she was already downstairs. He Ji-chu decided not to call her and went downstairs to pick her up. He hadn't expected to witness such a good show with his own eyes. As soon as Do-Ayan saw He Ji-chu, her usual sharp tongue, cleverness, and vivacity all flew out the window. Other than blushing, her heart raced, and her yes man, she couldn't think of any way to flirt with him. She watched helplessly as He Ji-chu held Gu Nianji's arm as they walked to the entrance of the professor's building and entered the elevator in front of them. The elevator doors slowly closed in front of her eyes, the red light went off and the elevator went up. She could no longer see the people inside. Do-Ayan snapped out of her daze and looked at Wen Shui. "Professor Wen, is what she said true?" Wen Shui smiled and nodded. "Of course it's true. Ayan, be careful in the future and don't make things difficult for Gu Nianji. She's the only master's student personally taught by Professor He, so she has a special background. You understand?" "Oh. Did she really graduate at the age of 18? And got into Professor He's master's program?" Do-Ayan's heart felt like it was in free fall from a 30-story building. Her ears were filled with the howling of the wind, so loud it drowned out all other sounds. It was like a loud ringing in her ears. When Shi looked at her and laughed, "What's the big deal? I also graduated from university when I was 18. Professor Wen, you're different, you graduated at 18, I completely believe you." As for her, Do-Ayan couldn't help pouting. "Let's keep our doubts to ourselves for now." When Shi smiled but didn't say anything. She led Do-Ayan and her two friends to the entrance of the professor's building. The four of them entered the elevator together and went up to the 28th floor. When Shi pointed to room A across the way, "Professor He lives there, I live in room B. The professor's building was for advanced specialists. There were 2 elevators in the building and only special access cards allowed access to their own floors. It was very private. Do-Ayan and her 2 friends looked at room A for a while before following Wen Shui into her suite. Gu Nianji had already followed He Jichu to the 28th floor and entered He Jichu's room A. This was a huge suite with 3 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. There was also a kitchen, a sunroom, a gym, and a small conference room. It completely met the teaching needs of a professor. Even if He Jichu didn't go to the academic building, he could teach his graduate students here. Gu Nianji sat in He Jichu's sunroom with a cup of cappuccino in her hand. Sunlight shone in through the floor-to-ceiling glass window. The green plants in the room were lush and lush. There were a few hanging pots of spider plants of unknown species that seemed to be about to bloom. A faint orchid fragrance flowed in the sunroom. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and complimented He Jichu with a smile. Professor He, your sunroom is really tasteful and very comfortable. The air seems fresher than anywhere else. He Jichu's expression was cold as he looked at the internship report that Gu Nianji had given him to sign. He confirmed again, you're really no longer a negotiator for the Special Operations Forces, right? Absolutely not, I can swear. Gu Nianji raised her right hand. There's no need. He Jichu nodded indifferently and wrote his name on her internship report in a flourish. He handed it back to her and asked, is there anything else? Also, I'd like you to endorse me so I can be Auntie Song's defense lawyer in court. Gu Nianji said carefully, this is something I want to do, and it's related to my profession. Professor He, you'll agree, right? Who's Auntie Song? He Jichu asked noncommittally as he took a sip of coffee. Gu Nianji grunted and thought about it. She decided to tell him the truth. It's Hua Xiao's mother. His mother is also a victim in this case. So it's a Hua family matter. He Jichu put down his coffee cup and tapped his fingers on the glass coffee table. He looked at Gu Nianji thoughtfully. Are you really going to meddle in their family matters? I can't say I'm going to meddle. Gu Nianji patiently explained to He Jichu. Auntie Song has been insane for 16 years and her treatment was delayed by Genie. Anyone would be angry at something like that. Me too. Stop right there. He Jichu's expression darkened as he reached out to stop her from continuing. If you're going to defend your Auntie Song just because you're angry, then I won't help you. Why? Gu Nianji didn't understand. Her large, watery eyes widened. Her inky black irises were like the dark starry sky, reflecting the stars in the sky. It was very moving. He Jichu's heart skipped a beat when he saw those eyes. He closed his eyes and said, as a lawyer, have you forgotten your professionalism? Using emotions to replace rational judgment will lead to errors in judgment. Not only will you lose the case, but you may also go astray. Gu Nianji didn't speak for a long time. She thought about it for a while and refuted He Jichu, using emotions to replace rational judgment definitely won't work. Not only does it lack the professionalism that a lawyer should have, but it's also very disrespectful to the client. But I believe that a lawyer can't do without their own emotions and standpoint. If you're only defending for the sake of defending and make an issue out of legal provisions and procedures, even if you win the case, it'll be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It's not a long-term solution. You think so? He Jichu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then you must first agree with the client emotionally before you accept the client's case. You can say that. Gu Nianji smiled helplessly. If Professor He thinks I'm not professional on this, then I'm indeed not very professional at the moment. Maybe I'll be calmer in the future and deal with my business without any personal emotions. That's not something I can do right now. He Jichu sat on the sofa and propped his head up with one hand. He half closed his eyes and thought for a long time before saying, fine, you just graduated, so it's understandable that you're so passionate. I'll believe you this once. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up and she suddenly became happy. Professor, he is willing to endorse me. Yes. He Ji-chu stood up. Come with me to the study. Gu Nianji quickly followed him to the study with a smile. When she arrived at He Ji-chu's study, Gu Nianji quickly looked around and couldn't help admiring it in her heart. He Ji-chu's study was completely decorated in black and white. It was very clean and crisp. The large desk was a long black surface with 4 stainless steel pillars. It didn't even have a drawer, and a row of stainless steel safe-like filing cabinets lined the side of the desk. An all-in-one Apple computer was placed on the desk. He Ji-chu sat in the computer chair behind the desk, and a tree-like floor lamp extended from the back of the computer chair to fall right on top of He Ji-chu's head. The LED light was bright and soft, and most importantly, it was very protective. On the south wall of the study was a large French window with automatic sound-activated blinds. Both sides of the blinds were soundproof curtains with black and white linings. On the west and east walls were 2 rows of bookcases that covered the entire wall. In the middle of the study was a circle of small sofas with simple designs, probably for guests to sit and chat. In the middle of the sofa was a round coffee table with a plate of fruit and several bottles of unopened bottled water. The floor was polished ebony, and the ceiling was equipped with a recessed ceiling light. The ceiling light wasn't turned on at the moment, and only the tree-like floor lamp behind He Ji-chu's computer chair was turned on. Gu Nianji sat on a square stool across from He Ji-chu's desk. She rested her arms on the desk and watched with interest as He Ji-chu typed on the keyboard. An endorsement for a prospective lawyer who had passed the bar exam but hadn't yet met the work experience requirement needed to sign a special document. He Ji-chu downloaded the document from the Ministry of Justice's website, filled out the contents, and printed it out in 3 copies. He signed each one. He handed the 3 signed endorsement documents to Gu Nianji and pointed them out to her. You also sign here. Gu Nianji carefully read the 3 endorsement documents before neatly signing her name on them. With He Ji-chu's endorsement, it meant that Gu Nianji's defense lawyer qualifications also had He Ji-chu's support. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, He Ji-chu couldn't be by Jeannie's defense lawyer from a legal perspective. It was the second watch. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 292. This was Gu Nianji's first time defending herself in court, so of course she didn't want to go up against a big shot like He Ji-chu. She had been worried that the Bais would hire He Ji-chu as their defense lawyer. If He Ji-chu really became the Bais' defense lawyer, Gu Nianji would have to find another way. She felt that she wouldn't be able to win against He Ji-chu in court for the time being. Fortunately, He Ji-chu didn't make it difficult for her. Gu Nianji smiled happily. After signing, He Ji-chu faxed a copy of the document to the Ministry of Justice for filing. Only then was the entire procedure complete. Gu Nianji picked up the document and kissed it. She said happily, I'm a practicing lawyer now. Temporary. You're just a temp. He Ji-chu raised his eyebrows and mercilessly destroyed Gu Nianji's happiness. Gu Nianji didn't think much of it. She put the document into her backpack and smiled. Even if it's temporary, it's fine as long as it works. Professor He, I'm so happy that I don't have to be your opponent. He Ji-chu pursed his lips. He knew what she was happy about, but still reminded her, you don't have to be afraid of me. There are many powerful lawyers in the Xia Empire. With the Bai's background, they can hire any one of them. You're just a rookie, so it won't be easy to beat them, even with Major General Hua's support. It wasn't that the Bais hadn't approached his law firm in the United States. He Ji-chu had flatly refused because he didn't want to get involved in the Xia Empire's infighting. He hadn't expected Gu Nianji to be his opponent. He Ji-chu didn't want to think about going back on his word, nor did he want to think about how to deal with his American partners. He never changed his mind about what he had decided, except when it came to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't know how her request would affect He Ji-chu. She excitedly took out the notes she had prepared from her backpack and printed out a thick stack of A4 paper. Professor He, this is my homework related to the case. Can you take a look at it for me? He Ji-chu didn't look at the notes she had prepared. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes narrowed as he looked at her meaningfully. Nianji, this is a great opportunity to train. In order to make it more challenging and difficult for you, I won't be participating. I'll carefully observe your performance and find out what you need to improve. But before that, you have to rely on yourself to open up the situation. Gu Nianji froze for a moment before sheepishly retrieving the notes she had prepared and slowly putting them back into her backpack. Glancing at Gu Nianji's disappointed expression, He Ji-chu looked away and said coldly, "You're not about to face a mock court, nor are you going to debate homework. You're actually going to fight the defendant's lawyer in court. Don't tell me you want me to go through every debate for you. Of course not." Gu Nianji bit her lip. It's not that I want Professor He to help me with this. It's just that this case has almost no witnesses or physical evidence, and it's been going on for 10 years. I don't know if I'm going in the right direction. If the direction was wrong from the start, then no matter how hard she tried, she would never reach the destination. He Ji-chu pursed his lips and extended his hand to Gu Nianji. Give it to me. What? Your notes. Let me see. He Ji-chu said impatiently. Hurry up, I don't have much time. Gu Nianji felt like it hurt her self-esteem. She stubbornly shook her head. No need, Professor He. What you said earlier was very well said. Indeed, I can't push my luck. I've been counting on you. She stood up and bowed to He Ji-chu. Sorry for disturbing Professor He. Goodbye. He Ji-chu didn't say anything. He had been sitting on his computer chair the entire time. He looked up at Gu Nianji. His expression was unreadable, and his expression was grim. However, he didn't call out to her. He Ji-chu waited until Gu Nianji was almost at the door of the study before pressing a hidden button under the desk. The door to the study was locked with a click. Gu Nianji knew something was wrong as soon as her hand touched the lock. She tried to turn the lock left and right, but it didn't budge. She couldn't help but sigh softly. She looked up at the ceiling for a while to calm down. When she had completely calmed down, Gu Nianji turned to look at He Ji-chu. Professor He, please open the door. I said I wanted to see your notes. If you don't let me see them, you can't leave this room today. He Ji-chu leaned back in his chair and folded his arms slightly in front of his chest. His gaze was firm and unquestionable. Gu Nianji hugged her backpack and said stubbornly, You already rejected me just now. There's only one chance, and there's no more after that. Gu Nianji didn't mean anything else when she said this, but to He Ji-chu, it was like a nuclear bomb exploding in his head. A mushroom cloud filled the sky. His expression changed abruptly, and the corners of his eyes quickly turned red. He rushed out from behind the desk and strode forward. Almost instantly, he was in front of Gu Nianji. He stretched out his hand and strangled Gu Nianji. What did you say? Say it again. Gu Nianji's stubbornness really came. She threw away the backpack in her hand and quickly grabbed He Ji-chu's hand that was strangling her neck. She used the small grappling technique that she had learned in the Special Operations Forces to twist and release her hand, but she couldn't break free from He Ji-chu's hand. He Ji-chu was still in a state of rage, and when he realized that Gu Nianji was actually trying to break free of his shackles, he became even more furious. His mind buzzed, and mist filled his eyes. He heard his own voice squeezed out from between his teeth as he asked her in a suppressed voice. Why is there only one chance? Why can't you wait after that? It's not my fault that I can't find you. I've been looking for you for so many years. His voice was chilly and condensed, like a block of ice, but his heart was burning hot, raging with rage. Gu Nianji struggled with all her might, but He Jichu didn't hesitate to firmly clamp her hands together behind her back. His other hand wrapped around the back of her neck, and he looked at her with an unsteady breath. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes were filled with cold despair. Gu Nianji was truly frightened now. She used all her strength to struggle, but He Jichu pressed her heavily against the back of the door and couldn't move. She didn't expect the tall and elegant He Jichu to have such explosive power when he was angry. His arms were strong and strong. He pressed her shoulders tightly against the door of the study. The corners of He Jichu's eyes were red, and his entire body was exuding anger. He held the back of her neck firmly and looked down at her. His expression was cold, but his gaze was incomparably hot. It was like ice and fire had gathered together. Gu Nianji finally broke down and cried. "Let me go. Professor He. Please, let me go." She shook her head desperately, and tears quickly rolled down her cheeks. He Jichu stared at her steadily. He looked at her tear-stained face, her terrified expression, and her hoarse screams. It was like a rope that bound him so tightly that he couldn't move an inch. He remained motionless with his hands around the back of Gu Nianji's neck. Just like that, he stopped at an arm's length away, unable to take another step. Gu Nianji cried her heart out, and her entire body trembled. She was truly afraid at this moment. She never thought that the elegant He Jichu would be like this when he was angry. After an indeterminate amount of time, He Jichu finally took a deep breath and let go of the back of Gu Nianji's head. He placed his hands on her back and slowly soothed her up and down. He said in a hoarse voice, "Nianji, I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else." Gu Nianji's entire body shook from crying. She choked out, "Mistook you for someone else? You can do this just because you mistook me for someone else. Only a ghost would believe you. Get out. Get out. I want to sue you for harassing your own student." He Jichu let go of her hands dejectedly and turned to leave. His tall figure was extremely lonely and desolate. He walked back to the sofa in the middle of the study and sat down. Looking at the fruit bowl on the coffee table, he said dryly, "If you want to sue me, go ahead. I won't refute you. I'll punish you however I want. Don't worry, if I quibble, He Jichu, will die here for the rest of my life." Gu Nianji had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. If He Jichu tried to quibble, Gu Nianji would definitely fight him to the end. But seeing his dejected and unrepentant posture, she didn't know how to continue. She picked up her backpack from the floor and hugged it to her chest. Sobbing, she said, "Professor He, please open the door. I want to go out." He Jichu had no intention of opening the door. He pointed to the sofa across from him. His cool and aloof voice became hoarse. "Nianji, sit with me for a while, okay?" This was the first watch. A reminder of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7:00 the next watch. Chapter 293. Gu Nianji looked at him suspiciously and refused to walk over. He Jichu waited for a while, but when Gu Nianji still didn't come over, he cocked his head to look at her. He then took out a revolver from his waist and placed it on the coffee table. Gu Nianji's face paled in fear and she asked fearfully, "Professor? Professor He, what are you doing?" He Jichu looked at the revolver and said coldly, "You don't have to be afraid. I said it won't happen again, so it won't happen again. If you don't believe me, this gun is fully loaded. Hold it in your hand and point it at me. I know you're a good shot, but no matter how strong I am, I can't beat a gun. You're relieved now." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She now had a deeper understanding of He Jichu's mood swings. She looked up at the recessed ceiling light and regretted for the first time ever taking Hijichu's master's exams, but at the time, she didn't know Hijichu was like this. Of course, Hijichu's reputation had always been very good. She had never heard of him harassing female students, and the school was full of stories about how female students racked their brains to flirt with him, only to be despised by him. Why would Hijichu treat her like this? Gu Nianji reflected on herself. Had she given Hijichu the wrong signal in some way? To make him think she was interested in him. She had made it very clear, Professor He, what happened today scared me. I really don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to go home. Gu Nianji was very determined and refused to walk over. Hijichu didn't insist anymore. He sat alone on the sofa and looked at the revolver on the coffee table. He said indifferently, I came to the Huaxia Empire to find someone. You look a lot like her. Look a lot like her. Gu Nianji touched her face. Really? Do you have a photo? Hijichu shook his head, then nodded. The photo is in my hometown. I didn't bring it here. You didn't bring it. Gu Nianji still didn't believe him. He said he was looking for someone but didn't bring a photo. Who would believe him? She cursed silently. Hijichu seemed to know what she was thinking. He smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, actually, it doesn't matter if I bring her or not. I can't find her. He clutched his head and leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his body arched on the sofa. He didn't have his usual coldness and nobility, nor did he have his usual indifference and loneliness, only helplessness and panic. This was the first time Gu Nianji had seen the powerful professor He show such weakness. She pursed her lips and silently lowered her head. Feeling a little strange, she asked again, who is she to you? Are they relatives? I guess so. She understood now. The preferential treatment she had received from Hijichu for the past 6 months was because she had become someone else's substitute. No wonder Hijichu treated her so well. Gu Nianji hugged her backpack and rummaged through it as she whispered, don't be discouraged, Professor He. Maybe things will turn around in the future. Hijichu turned to look at her. Will I? How will we know if we don't try? Gu Nianji took out a wet tissue from her backpack and wiped her face clean of tears. Fortunately, she hadn't put on makeup, otherwise she would have looked even worse. Hijichu sighed softly. Nianji, you really don't have to be so guarded against me. I was too upset just now. I lied to myself for so long and only realized today. I won't force it anymore. Really, it won't happen again. It's hard to say. Gu Nianji muttered. She didn't really believe Hijichu. What did you say? I said. It's hard to say. Gu Nianji mustered up her courage. I won't be at ease until you find the person you're looking for. Haha, you're overthinking it. Hijichu looked up, the bitterness in his eyes about to turn into tears. Actually, I only truly accepted the truth after seeing you cry so sadly today. Although it's cruel, I still have to say that I can't find her anymore. Hijichu tilted his head to look at Gu Nianji, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears. Gu Nianji froze. The aloof professor, he was actually about to cry. When she looked at him carefully, Hijichu had already looked away. Gu Nianji asked him tentatively, Professor He, do you want me to help you think of a way? Huaxiao knows a lot of people and has a lot of connections. Maybe he can help you find the person you're looking for. Hijichu turned to look in the direction of the French windows and shook his head. No need. Nianji, thank you. Please don't tell Huaxiao and the others. This is a private matter between me and her. I don't want anyone else to know. Why? Because she's someone I can never let go of for the rest of my life. Hijichu lowered his head. His voice seemed to come from the depths of his heart. It was full of regret and self-blame. She's been with me since she could walk. I never thought she would leave me. But one day, I went out and came home to find that she had already disappeared. I started looking for her. I looked for her everywhere. After searching for so many years, I thought I would find her traces. But when I came here, I realized everything was different. Oh. Really? Then you found her. Seeing Hijichu in so much pain, Gunyenji felt even more uneasy. She had always been curious, but this time she didn't want to ask. It's not what you think. She probably isn't in this world anymore. Hijichu smiled sadly and apologized to Gunyenji again. I'm sorry, Nyenji. I shouldn't have thought of you as her substitute as soon as I saw your photo. I really miss her. Gunyenji smiled awkwardly. It's good that you've thought it through, Professor He. I only know now that my good luck was all thanks to that girl in your family. Please don't give up. If you find her one day, please say hello and thank her for me. You're a good girl. Hijichu sighed. Although I don't have any hope of finding her, if that day comes, I will definitely pass on your words. Gunyenji nodded. Okay, thank you, Professor He. Hijichu stood up. I'm sorry for the fright today. He paused. Are you sure you don't want to show me the notes you prepared and discuss the case with me? Gunyenji shook her head. No, Professor He. I want to go home. Pausing, she whispered, I won't. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. This meant she wouldn't report him to the school. Professors harassing students was a very serious charge in the United States. Professors could lose their teaching positions or even go to jail. The punishment in the Huaxia Empire might not be as severe, but it was a fatal blow to a professor's reputation. Hijichu was very clear about these rules, so when he heard Gunyenji say she wouldn't report him, he was still shocked. He walked to Gunyenji and stopped about a meter away from her. Gunyenji immediately put on a vigilant expression. Hijichu smiled bitterly and folded his hands behind his back. See, you're still very wary of me. I'll be fine after a while, but I can't be the same today. Gunyenji was very honest. Professor He, you really scared me just now. I'm really sorry. Hijichu put both hands in his trouser pockets and stared at Gunyenji's bright face. It was like he was trying to engrave her face into his mind. I don't want to say it now, it's fine. Gunyenji smiled sheepishly and avoided Hijichu's burning gaze. May I go now? I'll walk you down. Hijichu reached out to enter the code on the door lock and opened the door. Gunyenji quickly strode out and waved at him. Professor He, you're busy. You don't have to walk me out. It's fine. Let's go. Hijichu walked quietly beside her and walked out of the suite with her. Wen Shi's door opened at the same time. Wen Shi was wearing a milky white sweater and was walking Do Ayin and her two friends out. Wen Shi froze when she saw Hijichu and Gunyenji come out as well. She quickly smiled. Professor He is going out. I'll walk Nyenji down. Hijichu didn't look at her and led Gunyenji into the elevator. Do Ayin was overjoyed. She rushed into the elevator and stood beside Hijichu. Professor He, I'm Ayin. Do you remember me? Hijichu nodded indifferently. Second Miss Do. Do Ayin had been by Hijichu's side the entire time at the banquet at the Prime Minister's official residence. How could she not remember? It was the second watch. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 294. Professor He, are you going downstairs? Let's go together, okay? Do Ayan took a small step forward and pushed Gu Nianji to the side. Gu Nianji couldn't have asked for more and shrank into a corner of the elevator, far away from He Jichu. He Jichu saw Gu Nianji like this and didn't reject her approach. He allowed her to separate him and Gu Nianji in the elevator. Do Ayan's friends saw this and were very happy for Do Ayan. They entered the elevator and stood on either side of Gu Nianji, as if to prevent her from getting close to He Jichu and ruining Do Ayan's plans. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She couldn't thank Do Ayan enough, these two were overthinking things. She silently stared at the tips of her boots and didn't look up the entire time. The elevator dinged and soon arrived at the lobby downstairs. He Jichu and Do Ayan walked out first, followed by Do Ayan's friends to prevent Gu Nianji from getting a head start. This was actually what Gu Nianji wanted. She was the last to step out of the elevator and immediately called the driver to pick her up at the south gate. Gu Nianji walked out of the lobby of the professor's building to the plaza in front of the building and bowed to He Jichu. Professor He, thank you for your advice. Call me if you have any problems. He Jichu nodded at her. Did you take a taxi or drove here? I took a taxi, I just texted the Uber to wait outside the south gate. Gu Nianji turned and quickly walked away, leaving He Jichu to watch her panicked back. He Jichu glanced at her and nodded at Do Ayan before walking back to the lobby of the professor's building. In suite B on the 28th floor, when Shuyi hid behind the curtains of the French windows in her bedroom, she saw Gu Nianji and He Jichu distancing themselves from each other and shook her head with a sigh. She walked back to her study and wrote letters to old Mr. He and Auntie Qin. Gu Nianji got into the car that picked her up and didn't speak on the way back to the military base. When she entered Hu Xiaoheng's official residence, the orderly standing guard at the door blushed when he saw her and stammered, Miss Gu is back. Hu Xiao wants you to go to his office to look for her when you get back. Oh, got it. Thank you. Gu Nianji felt very tired and didn't want to face Hu Xiaoheng right away. She was worried he would notice something was wrong. She quickly returned to her room, put down her backpack, and immediately went to the bathroom to look at herself in the mirror. His eyelids were slightly swollen, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was excessively pale. Although his hair was tied up in a ponytail, strands of hair had already fallen out. Gu Nianji hurriedly washed her face again, then dripped some eye drops into her eyes and used an eye mask to cover her upper eyelids. She lay quietly on the sofa for 5 minutes. He took off the eye mask and looked at himself in the mirror. His eyelids were no longer swollen and bloodshot. She took out a pink cream blush and patted it on her cheeks, then applied lip gloss. When color returned to her face, she took her laptop to Hu Xiaoheng's office. Hu Xiaoheng's office wasn't too far from his official residence. Gu Nianji wanted to waste time and walked slowly for 20 minutes before arriving. The exterior of the building looked like an oval building from above. The outer building was tall, and the inner building was low, like a satellite dish. However, the roof and walls were painted with anti-satellite detection and anti-eavesdropping paint. Gu Nianji arrived at the entrance of the office building and showed her temporary pass to the orderly at the door. He then scanned her fingerprint and iris to confirm the data in the database before letting her in. This security process took nearly 10 minutes before Gu Nianji finally entered the office building of the Special Operations Forces base. As soon as she walked in, she couldn't wear her leather jacket anymore. Gu Nianji held the leather jacket on her arm and followed the road signs to the central office area of the entire office building. Hu Xiaoheng's office was in the core of the central office area. When she arrived at the door, she went through another round of security checks. This time, not only did they recheck her iris and fingerprint, but they also checked her handwriting. Gu Nianji was speechless as she wrote a few crooked words. She frowned and said, "Do I have to keep this on file as well?" "Yes, Miss Gu." The female guard in charge of security checks was very kind. She personally led her to Hu Xiaoheng's office and said to the camera at the door, "Lieutenant Colonel Zhao, Miss Gu is here." Zhao Liangse and Yin Shixiang were Hu Xiaoheng's personal secretaries. If they had to work, they would be in the same office as Hu Xiaoheng. Of course, they rarely worked in their own offices. Zhao Liangse pressed a button to open the door. Gu Nianji walked in with one hand on her leather jacket and a small laptop in the other. "Miss Gu, please come in." It wasn't Zhao Liangse who came out to greet her, but one of his orderlies. The scene made Gu Nianji nervous. She smoothed her hair and tugged at her turtleneck sweater before walking in nervously. Hu Xiaoheng's office was also very spacious and bright. The entire roof was open, revealing a transparent bulletproof glass dome. Sunlight shone in through the dome, and the office was warm even without air conditioning in the winter. The room was open plan. It was too big, and the east and west were all office areas. Several sofas surrounded a desk, and the four sides were the same structure. In the middle of the door was a large display cabinet with all kinds of submachine guns. The black muzzles were pointed at the door. Gu Nianji was relatively calm when she came in. She only glanced at it before looking away. "Come with me." Hu Xiaoheng walked out of a small conference room and took the coat from Gu Nianji's arm. He took her hand and led her in. His palms were warm and dry, and he smelled like the sun. Gu Nianji's face instantly flushed. Thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind, but she didn't have time to realize any of them. She was already sitting behind the long oval table in the small conference room. Hu Xiaoheng hung her leather jacket on the hook behind the door and asked her, "Did it go well at school?" Gu Nianji snapped out of her daze and held her cappuccino coffee cup. She smiled and said, "It went well. I was just stuck in traffic for a while." The people in the room were speechless. Zhao Liangse was the first to laugh. "Stuck in traffic and you call that smooth?" "Of course, it was just a traffic jam. Which day in the imperial capital doesn't have traffic jams?" Gu Nianji smiled as she picked up her coffee cup and took a sip. She asked, "Are you guys in a meeting?" Hu Xiaoheng walked over and pulled out a chair beside her to sit down. "Yes, we were discussing Bai Genie's case." Gu Nianji quickly sat up straight and opened her laptop. She pulled up her notes and opened a new chapter. "What was discussed earlier? Do you have the minutes?" Hu Xiaoheng asked her first, "Did you get your defense lawyer license settled?" "Of course it's settled. Professor, he endorsed it for me." Gu Nianji took out the document he Jichu had signed for Hu Xiaoheng to see. "It's already on file at the Ministry of Justice." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at it and handed it to Zhao Liangse. "Scan it and archive it. At the same time, check if the Ministry of Justice has completed the paperwork." "Yes, sir." Zhao Liangse immediately scanned and uploaded it. Hu Xiaoheng introduced Gu Nianji to the people in the meeting. "Dr. Zhu, the best medical examiner at the Military General Hospital. He's a senior colonel." Gu Nianji smiled brightly at him. "Medical examiner Zhu is amazing. You're already a senior colonel at such a young age." Gu Nianji thought medical examiner Zhu looked even younger than Chen Lai. Unexpectedly, medical examiner Zhu was smiling happily. He shook his head. "I'm not young anymore. I'm about to turn 40. If we're talking about young, then your Major General Hua is a Major General before he's even 30. There's no other person in the entire country who can match that speed." Gu Nianji's eyes widened. "You're not lying to me, are you? You look like you're 30 at most. Almost 40. How do you take care of yourself? Can you share your insights?" Although medical examiner Zhu was a man, he was overjoyed to receive undisguised compliments from a young and beautiful girl like Gu Nianji. He waved his hands. "I don't take care of myself. I just keep my mood happy and not sulk. Oh, that's pretty hard. Gu Nianji laughed. Being able to keep your mood happy and not sulk is already the best I can do. This was the first vote. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7:00 the next night. Chapter 295. Medical examiner Zhu laughed cheerfully. Not at all. I'm actually a medical examiner. Many of my colleagues get depressed after working in this field for a long time, but I don't. Every time I see those bodies waiting to be dissected, I'm glad I'm not only alive, but living a good life. My mood brightens up. Gu Nianji cried and wanted to kneel before medical examiner Zhu. She didn't want to hear about the details of the autopsy at all. She could only secretly make up her mind not to sit with medical examiner Zhu during lunch. This guy looked like the kind of person who would suddenly ask you, "What's up with the wound on the third rib on the left chest?" when you were enjoying your braised pork ribs. Wu Xiaoheng looked at medical examiner Zhu sternly and he immediately shut up, no longer lecturing Gu Nianji on the secret ways to maintain health. Gu Nianji saw that Wu Xiaoheng was serious and stopped interrupting. She looked at the middle-aged man next to medical examiner Zhu. The man was a bit fat and had pale skin, the kind that came from not seeing the sun all year round. Wu Xiaoheng introduced the man to Gu Nianji, Director Wang, a veteran of the Special Operations Force's Evidence Identification Department. He's also a senior colonel. Gu Nianji nodded respectfully. Director Wang, please advise me. Director Wang smiled at her but didn't say anything. Sitting next to Director Wang was a gentle and refined man whose age could not be determined. Unlike Director Wang and Dr. Zhu who were wearing military uniforms, this man was wearing a navy blue three-piece suit that was very slim-fitting. Gu Nianji had never seen an Asian man wear a suit so quietly and couldn't help looking at him a few more times. The man nodded slightly to Gu Nianji and introduced himself. My name is Dan Bohan and I'm a practicing psychiatrist. I used to be Hu Xiao's colleague, but I've already retired. Bohan's psychiatrist used to be our secret weapon. Hu Xiaoheng chuckled. Now he's famous all over the world. He went to Europe to further his studies after retiring and now runs a psychotherapy clinic in the United States. He charges $5,000 per minute to see a patient. Hu Xiaoheng smiled as he spoke. Gu Nianji immediately understood Hu Xiaoheng's intentions. They had hired the best medical examiner to perform an autopsy on Luo Xinchue's body that had been frozen for 10 years. Section Chief Wang, who was proficient in the identification of evidence, must have important evidence for him to check. There was also a world-renowned psychiatrist. He must be here for Bai Jini and Song Jinning's case. These preparations were the best that Hu Xiaoheng could do within his capabilities. Gu Nianji nodded politely at Dan Bohan. Mr. Dan is so amazing. Hu Xiaoheng introduced the people in the meeting room and then introduced Gu Nianji to them. This is Gu Nianji, one of the defense lawyers this time. She defended my mother. Let me guess, Miss Gu is less than 20 years old, right? Psychiatrist Dan Bohan's occupational disease was acting up, so he evaluated Gu Nianji's mental state and professional standards. A girl under the age of 20 is at most a university student. Even if she passed the bar exam in advance, she won't be able to get a license. Therefore, she needs a qualified lawyer with a good record to endorse her. Excuse me, Miss Gu, is this your condition? Gu Nianji smiled. More or less. But you haven't graduated from university yet. Even if you have a professional's endorsement, can you guarantee that you will win this lawsuit? With all due respect, Hu Xiao, isn't this too rash? Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He stroked his chin with one hand as he looked at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Next time, I'll definitely wear a pair of black-rimmed glasses and dress like an old man. No one will question my age then. I'm not questioning your age, but with age comes the growth of experience and knowledge. Miss Gu, I hope you can match Hu Xiao's expectations and help us win this lawsuit. Dan Bohan knocked on the table. As far as I know, the Bai spent a lot of money to hire 15 famous lawyers from the largest law firm in the empire, JD Law Firm, to form a team of lawyers to help Bai Genie with the lawsuit. Really? Gu Nianji was instantly excited. Her first battle since her debut was against 15 of the most famous lawyers in the country. Was this luck, or was it luck, or was it luck? That's the information we have so far. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and sent Gu Nianji a copy of the lawyer's information. He said calmly, these 15 lawyers are mainly dealing with the military prosecutors. My mother's case is incidental, so they won't pay much attention to you. Gu Nianji clicked on the mouse and opened the attachment Hu Xiaoheng had sent her. She looked through the documents one by one. That's perfect. Let me see what the best lawyers in the Huaxia Empire are like. Of the 15 lawyers, only one will actually appear in court to argue. So don't be too stressed. Medical examiner Zhu had a very good impression of Gu Nianji. He was worried she would be scared and rushed to comfort her. Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. I'm not stressed. Although I just graduated from university, I'm very brave. The stronger the opponent, the more fun it is to fight. You already graduated from university. Dan Bohan was very surprised. You're 22. I couldn't tell. Gu Nianji cocked her head with a smile. I'm 18. Mr. Dan, you're always wrong about me. 18. Then didn't you go to university at 14? Amazing, amazing. No wonder Hu Xiao gave you such an important position. Dan Bohan also joined in the praise for Gu Nianji. You're too kind. I'm late today. Can someone tell me what you were talking about earlier? Gu Nianji quickly got into the groove. She wanted to know what evidence they had to help with this case. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. We don't have that much time. The minutes of today's meeting have already been sorted out. That's why I called you here. Familiarize yourself with the 3 experts and save their contact information. If there's anything you don't understand, contact them directly. Gu Nianji quickly nodded. That's even better. We won't waste the experts' precious time. Medical examiner Zhu, Director Wang, and Dan Bohan all sighed in relief. They were very busy people. If they stayed for another half an hour, their own work schedules would be interrupted. The 3 of them gave Gu Nianji their email addresses and phone numbers before saying goodbye to Hu Xiaoheng. After they left, Gu Nianji looked at the large amount of information that had been sent to her email. Her mouth twitched. She muttered to Hu Xiaoheng, Hu Xiao, I'm only in charge of Mrs. Song's case. You don't have to give me all this, do you? She casually flipped through it and saw that even the information on Luo Xinchua's murder case had been sent to her email. Wasn't that case handled by the military legal department? She didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to cough. The situation has changed. We discussed it for a long time and felt that it would be more appropriate for you to take over the entire case. Gu Nianji froze. I'll be defending everything. But this is my first time in court. You guys have that much confidence in me. Of course little Zhe and I have confidence in you. Yin Shixiang draped an arm over Zhao Liang's shoulder and winked at Gu Nianji. Hu Xiao also approved of you after we convinced him. Gu Nianji was both happy and nervous. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng happily and asked eagerly, really? Hu Xiao. You really think I can take on this responsibility? Hu Xiaoheng had just said that the Bais had hired 15 of the best lawyers in the empire and that they weren't targeting her. But as soon as the 3 experts left, Hu Xiaoheng's words changed. The trust between people was gone, and Gu Nianji felt very tired. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. All's fair in war. Nianji, you're our secret weapon. Big Xiong and Little Zay aren't the only ones who have confidence in you. I have confidence in you too. I believe that having you on the stand will bring unexpected results. Gu Nianji had never heard Hu Xiaoheng praise her like this in front of others. She couldn't help but feel elated. She tried to maintain her composure. Since Hu Xiao says so, I'll do my best. But she turned and ran to the bathroom. She cupped her face in the mirror and laughed. Ha 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 ha. You really have confidence in me. I'm so happy. It was the second watch. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 296. Hu Xiaoheng stood at the bathroom door and heard Gu Nianji laughing inside. He shook his head speechlessly, but his heart was still warm. He smiled slightly, crossed his arms, and leaned against the wall of the bathroom, quietly waiting for her to come out. Gu Nianji laughed so hard she couldn't breathe. She bent over and held the sink for a while, waiting for her to calm down before coming out of the bathroom. Seeing Hu Xiaoheng waiting outside, Gu Nianji was very embarrassed. She didn't know if he heard her laughter. She probed a few times, but Hu Xiaoheng was non-committal. He only explained to her in a low voice. Bai Yueran is too familiar with the people from the military's legal department. After careful consideration, in order to avoid suspicion, we've decided not to use the military's legal department as the prosecution lawyer. You'll be in charge of these two cases. These two cases are actually the same case. It will be easier for you to communicate with us if you handle them. Gu Nianji finally understood and quickly promised, don't worry, Hu Xiao. Since you trust me so much, I won't let you down. Just do your best. Whether you win or lose, you are the best. Hu Xiaoheng patted her shoulder. Gu Nianji's legs went weak. With Hu Xiaoheng's encouragement and trust, Gu Nianji felt full of motivation. She returned to her room with a laptop full of secret documents and began to study day and night. Medical examiner Zhu's autopsy report on Luo Xinchua's body, Director Wang's appraisal report on all the evidence, and Dan Bohan's assessment of Song Jinning's mental state, all of these made Gu Nianji read them with great interest. In addition to familiarizing herself with the evidence, she also had to write her own trial draft and familiarize herself with some professional terms. The trial was in 3 days. She had too little time. She wanted nothing more than to not eat or drink for the next 3 days. She wanted to live in the computer. Song Jinning came to visit her. She saw Gu Nianji sitting in front of the computer with her hair down and wearing a nightgown. She was so busy working, she secretly admired her. She specially cooked soup and food for Gu Nianji and brought it over to eat with her every day. Gu Nianji didn't forget to discuss the case with Song Jinning during meals. Auntie Song, if Bai Jini really was responsible for Luo Xinchua's death, why did she wait until 6 years after Hu Guanyuan's death to kill her? I could understand if they had done it while Hu Guanyuan was still alive. But to wait until the man you love has been dead for 6 years before you kill his wife, I always feel that there is a missing link in this logic. Although she hated Bai Jini, Gu Nianji didn't think the evidence alone was enough to convince her that Bai Jini had killed Luo Xinchua. If she couldn't convince herself, how could she convince the judge? Song Jinning was indeed someone who knew Bai Jini very well. She said calmly, if you can't figure it out, you might as well think about what kind of person Bai Jini is. What kind of person was she? There are only 2 things that are most important to her. One is her career, and the other is the man she has a crush on. I wouldn't be surprised if she could do anything for them. Song Jinning summed up Bai Jini's lifelong pursuit in 1 sentence. Gu Nianji swallowed a mouthful of okra pork rib soup and said thoughtfully, the man she has a crush on is already dead, so it was for her career? But that doesn't make sense. Luo Xinchua was a housewife, and had nothing to do with Bai Jini's career. Why would she kill Luo Xinchue for her career? Are we really going in the wrong direction? Wasn't Luo Xinchue murdered? Or was she not murdered by Bai Jini? Gu Nianji looked at Song Jining and thought to herself that if Bai Jini would kill for her career, she would probably kill Song Jining, right? But Song Jining had already been mentally deranged at the time, so she couldn't have been an obstacle to Bai Jini. But why would she kill Luo Xinchue? Could she have killed the wrong person? She quickly rejected the idea. Because Luo Xinchue and Song Jining didn't live in the same place at the time, it was basically impossible to kill Luo Xinchue by mistake. And from the results of medical examiner Zhu's autopsy, Luo Xinchue had most likely been murdered. Gu Nianji thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Later, when she looked at the list of evidence that Director Wang had processed and compared it with the real thing, she discovered some clues and boldly adopted a strategy. By the time the secret court session began on the third day, Gu Nianji was already confident. She had changed into a simple, light gray suit, and her hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head. She had light makeup on her face, and even wore a pair of plain, gold-rimmed glasses to make herself look mature and capable. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her outfit and frowned slightly. The suit was too well tailored, and the waistline was not tight enough to be grasped. It accentuated her high breasts, round hips, and long legs. Fortunately, the plain glasses blocked Gu Nianji's large, sparkling eyes, so she didn't attract too much attention. Otherwise, Hu Xiaoheng felt that most men's attention would be drawn to Gu Nianji's appearance in court, and wouldn't be able to hear what she was saying. Hu Xiao, today is my first time in court. Aren't you going to encourage me? Gu Nianji stood in front of the dressing mirror and made a final inspection. Hu Xiaoheng hugged her from behind and looked at her quietly in the mirror. He reached out a hand to support her chin, turned her around, and gently pecked her lips. This is interest. When the case is over, I'll return the principal. Oh. There's still principal? Gu Nianji became even more excited. For the sake of Hu Xiao's debt to her, she had to win this case. At 7 a.m. on January 28, Luo Xinchue's murder case officially began in the Imperial Capital's secret court. It was Gu Nianji's first time in the Imperial Capital's intermediate court. Because it was a secret court, the door was immediately closed after they entered to prevent others from entering. Gu Nianji glanced around the court and saw that Hu Xiaoheng was leading the team. Other than Gu Nianji, Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangzi, medical examiner Zhu, and Director Wang were also there. Several orderlies and attendants sat around Hu Xiaoheng to act as human shields to protect him. As expert witnesses, medical examiner Zhu and Director Wang sat closest to the plaintiff's stand so they could be summoned for questioning at any time. On Bai Jini's side, there were 15 lawyers, all dressed in black suits. They sat in the seats behind the defendant's stand and were ready to support the defense lawyers in court. Only the third son of the Bai family, Bai Chonghui, and a few staff from the Institute of High Energy Physics where Bai Jini worked were also present to show their support for their boss. The judge was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was stern and serious. He looked at his watch and asked, "Is everyone here?" Both the plaintiff and the defendant indicated that everyone was present. Good, then Luo Xinchue's murder case officially begins. The judge banged his gavel. As the plaintiff's lawyer, Gu Nianji first stood up and saluted the court, then swore that everything she had said today was the truth. The Bais were stunned when they discovered that the plaintiff's lawyer was not one of the famous lawyers from the Imperial Army, but a young university student who looked like she had just graduated from university. Wasn't this handing victory to them? Bai Jini's haggard face broke into a smile for the first time that day. She turned to her defense lawyer, Lawyer Jean, and whispered in his ear, "The opponent's lawyer is Gu Nianji. As far as I know, she graduated from university less than a year ago." Less than a year. Then she doesn't have a lawyer's license. Lawyer Jean immediately raised his hand to the judge, "Your Honor, may Miss Gu show me her lawyer's license?" The judge ignored Lawyer Jean. Gu Nianji said bluntly, I'm in court because I have proof of my qualifications. Why should I let you see it? Lawyer Jean chuckled, if you can show it to the judge, why can't you show it to us? Little girl, do you know what you're doing? Don't ruin your own future. Likewise. Gu Nianji returned Lawyer Jin's compliment. The judge banged his gavel again. Silence. The prosecution and defense will now proceed to the first round of statements. Gu Nianji represented the plaintiff and spoke first. Hello everyone, I'm Gu Nianji. I was appointed by the military legal department to represent the plaintiff. Although Luo Xinchue was not a soldier herself, her husband was Huo Guanyuan, a senior colonel in the military. The military takes her murder very seriously. This was the first watch. Just a reminder of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Chapter 297. As Gu Nianji spoke, she connected her laptop to the projector in the courtroom and explained to everyone, everyone knows that Luo Xinchue passed away 10 years ago. Her death was determined to be a suicide. But recently, the famous military forensic doctor, Dr. Zhu, confirmed that Mrs. Luo did not commit suicide, but was murdered. Objection. Luo Xinchue's case has been going on for 10 years, and the prosecution period has long passed. This case should never have been filed. Lawyer Jean threw out the first objection of the day. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. Lawyer Jean really looked down on a rookie like her. He actually used such a flawed objection to gain the upper hand. Gu Nianji retorted without hesitation, Lawyer Jean, you're a disgrace to your reputation. According to Huaxia imperial law, there is no prosecution period for murder cases, and it will always be valid. Seeing how someone like you can become the chief lawyer of JD law firm, I think my future is bright. Lawyer Jean was furious and protested to the judge, objection. The opposing lawyer's words have nothing to do with this case. You're the chief lawyer representing the defendant, and I'm doubting your professional abilities. How is that unrelated to this case? Gu Nianji retorted, not willing to lose any ground. The judge was stunned by her words, and smiled slightly as he nodded to Gu Nianji, if it's not directly related, then the less you say, the better. Yes, Your Honor. Gu Nianji didn't waste any more time, and picked up a laser pointer to aim at the large screen hanging on the wall of the courtroom. The projector turned on, and a freezer appeared on the screen. The camera then turned to a distant view of a body on the operating table. Gu Nianji pointed at the image of the body with the laser pointer. This is Luo Xinchue's body, which has been secretly stored in the underground freezer of the Military General Hospital for 10 years. She is also the wife of former Colonel Huo Guanyuan, and the mother of Miss Huo Jialan. Our goal is to prove that Luo Xinchue's cause of death was not suicide, but homicide. And the only direct evidence we have is this corpse. The little red dot on Gu Nianji's laser pointer circled around Luo Xinchue's body on the screen. This evidence is indeed too thin. But if we say it's big, it's the most powerful evidence. There's nothing a body can't tell you. The judge nodded, and focused on the screen. What did you find? The most important evidence is here. Gu Nianji said as she tapped twice on her laptop to bring up a photo. This time, it was a clearer photo of Luo Xinchue's body. She lay on the autopsy table with her eyes closed. The white cloth was pulled up to her chest, exposing her shoulders. His face was pale to the point of turning green, but there was no sign of decay. There was an obvious cut on his neck. Gu Nianji pointed to the incision and said, "This is where medical examiner Zhu made the incision. You can see her throat all the way to the inside of her stomach." Everyone in the courtroom stared unblinkingly at the big screen. They were all a little nervous and knew that there must be a major discovery. Otherwise, Gu Nianji wouldn't have specifically singled out this photo. As expected, Gu Nianji pulled up another photo. Look, this is a side view of the deceased's laryngeal muscle. It was convulsing so badly that it was almost unable to swallow the pill. I remember Luo Xinchue's autopsy report said she committed suicide by swallowing sleeping pills. If her throat was convulsing like that, then how did she swallow the sleeping pills? Gu Nianji grasped the key point and pointed out the first obvious doubt. That's the biggest doubt. In such a convulsive state, she wouldn't have been able to swallow the pills on her own unless an external force was used to push them down her throat. She would have vomited them all out. Medical examiner Zhu made the final decision. As an expert witness, he declared that the possibility of murder was far higher than suicide. It was because of this important evidence that the Imperial Capital Intermediate Court announced the case. After the Bais learned of the case, they immediately applied for a secret hearing on the grounds that the case might be confidential. Even Hu Xiaoheng didn't object to this. Because of this, only the prosecution and defense, as well as their families, would be present during the hearing. It wouldn't be open to the media or the public. Hu Xiaoheng only requested that the final verdict be made public. This was also accepted by the court. Gu Nianji learned of the cause and effect when she was at home, and admired Hu Xiaoheng even more. It had been less than a month since New Year's Eve, but Hu Xiaoheng had not only completed his own duties and dealt with Miss Dou's sudden return, but had also methodically put Bai Jini's case on the agenda. From selecting an expert witness to preparing the evidence in court, he hadn't missed a single step. Gu Nianji turned to look at the calm Hu Xiaoheng, and sat down with a triumphant expression. The courtroom was immediately filled with whispers. Bai Jini's defense lawyer, Lawyer Jean, asked again, Miss Gu, I have a question. Please go ahead. May I ask how you can prove that the convulsions in the throat were caused before death? That it wasn't caused after death? Gu Nianji was slightly taken aback. This was indeed a misunderstanding. It was true that people would have muscle spasms after death due to various reasons. But after medical examiner Zhu made this discovery, he immediately concluded that it was caused before death, so the conclusion that the victim had committed suicide by swallowing sleeping pills was not valid. The defense lawyer's question precisely pointed out the error in their judgment. It was indeed very incisive. This Jean Dazhuang really did have some skills. If Gu Nianji and her lawyers couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, then the court would definitely rule that medical examiner Zhu's conclusion was invalid, so it couldn't have been murder. The courtroom was suddenly silent. The sound of the central air conditioner was originally very soft, but in the silence, it seemed to be amplified. Gu Nianji could only hear the constant buzzing in her ears, like thousands of little bees spreading their wings at the same time. She frowned at her laptop screen. The screensaver on Gu Nianji's computer screen was dynamic. A rare black orchid blossomed on the screen. The tiny seven-starred ladybug slowly climbed up the leaves of the orchid until it reached the flower's upside-down petals. It seemed to lose its footing, and suddenly fell into the depths of the orchid along the veins of the petals. Gu Nianji looked at the image and suddenly had a vague idea. The ladybug had fallen into the orchid, but who could prove how the ladybug had gotten inside? Had it fallen in on its own, or had someone shoved it in? If there were no witnesses, perhaps only the ladybug would be able to prove it. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up as she thought about it. She turned around and asked, Medical Examiner Zhu, can you prove that the sleeping pills entered the victim's stomach before the laryngeal muscle spasm, or after? If the sleeping pills had entered the victim's stomach before the laryngeal muscle spasm, then it was entirely possible that the victim had swallowed sleeping pills to commit suicide. Medical Examiner Zhu's previous conclusion would likely be overturned by the opposing lawyer. The only way to prove that the sleeping pills had entered the victim's stomach after the laryngeal muscle spasm was to prove that the victim's death was indeed a murder and not a suicide. Medical Examiner Zhu thought about it carefully and took the laser pointer from Gu Nianji's hand. He pointed at the image and said slowly, Everyone can carefully look at this laryngeal profile image. There are some serious scratching marks left behind when the sleeping pills were forcefully shoved into the throat. If the laryngeal muscle was in a normal state, swallowing such a dose of pills wouldn't cause such a result. Gu Nianji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She took the laser pointer back from medical examiner Zhu and nodded. "Thank you for your professional explanation, medical examiner Zhu." Then she turned to look at the opposing lawyer, Lawyer Jean. "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Lawyer Jean smiled. "We will verify the photo again. Also, we request that a third-party, neutral forensic examiner, be sent to conduct a new autopsy on Luo Xinchua's body." "Are you doubting medical examiner Zhu's professionalism?" Gu Nianji reacted quickly and immediately made medical examiner Zhu glare at Lawyer Jean. "I'm not doubting. But medical examiner Zhu is from the military, so it's only right that we request an impartial and independent third party to conduct the autopsy." It was the second watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 298. Before Gu Nianji could retaliate, the judge banged his gavel, agreeing to the defendant's lawyer's request. Court will be adjourned until both parties find a neutral third party to conduct another autopsy. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "That's fine, I hope it won't take too long." After the court adjourned, Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng and the others to the military's van to return to the base. In the van, Director Wang, who had been silent all this time, actually praised Gu Nianji. "Miss Gu is indeed smart and quick to react. I believe you will become a good lawyer and help us win this case." Gu Nianji quickly expressed humility. "I'm just speaking my mind. I'm not mature yet and need more practice." Although she said that, the condescending expression on her face was full of arrogance. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and turned to Director Wang. "She's still young, Director Wang is too kind." Gu Nianji immediately hid the arrogance on her face and lowered her head to reveal her snow-white neck. The gentle curve stretched out before Hua Xiaoheng's eyes, and he paused for a moment before falling silent. After returning to the base, Gu Nianji hurriedly took a shower. When she came out of the bedroom, she saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting on the sofa in her small living room, staring at her computer in a daze. "Hua Xiao, I locked the door." Gu Nianji scratched her head helplessly, wondering if she had forgotten to lock the door again. Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn around. "You did, I opened it with my key." Gu Nianji was speechless, not knowing what to say. She awkwardly sat down next to Hua Xiaoheng and saw him looking at the pictures of the evidence in Director Wang's bag on her computer. She shook her head slightly. Because this case happened so long ago, almost all the evidence was destroyed. What we're looking at now is already second or even third evidence. Yes, it's really a pity. Hua Xiaoheng sat up straight, his long legs stretching under the coffee table. As the first crime scene, the bedroom has been completely renovated. There's no value in using it as a reference. Gu Nianji remembered Hua Xiaoheng's soundproof suite in the Hua mansion. "Hua Xiao, your suite was renovated during those years." "Yes, more or less." Hua Xiaoheng played with a round gold coin in his hand. "After I left home, the Hua family began to renovate and rebuild. In that case, even if we don't have direct evidence, indirect evidence will do." Gu Nianji was deep in thought. She stroked her chin with one hand and held the mouse with the other to quickly search for legal information. "I remember there was a case where there was no direct witness or material evidence, but the case was won in the end." "What kind of indirect evidence?" Gu Nianji opened the case file and glanced at it. She mused. "For example, who requested that the deceased's room be renovated? Who took the job? The renovation and reconstruction of the Hua residence cannot be done by an outside construction team. It can only be done by the military." Hua Xiaoheng understood immediately. "I'll ask Little Zay to find information on the construction team and send it to Director Wang." He's the best at identifying evidence. Gu Nianji smiled and looked at the evidence on the big screen. She felt even more friendly. Although this evidence isn't first-hand evidence, it can still explain a lot of things. Director Wang is really good. The first person he found was Luo Xinchua's psychiatrist. Really? The medical records from her psychiatrist also showed that Luo Xinchua needed sleeping pills to sleep after her husband died. Therefore, she has a record of habitual use of sleeping pills. Gu Nianji pulled up a medical record. However, these medical records and prescriptions show that the dosage of sleeping pills prescribed to Luo Xinchua wasn't high. Of course, if she had planned this for a long time, it's also possible that she slowly saved up the sleeping pills and took them all at once. So this case is going to be very difficult. Hua Xiaoheng straightened his back. His brows furrowed even more. First, they had to prove that Luo Xinchua hadn't swallowed the sleeping pills herself. That was already very difficult. They had finally gotten approval, but the other party had requested another autopsy. Now they had to prove that Luo Xinchua, who had a long history of taking sleeping pills, didn't have suicidal tendencies. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed impossible. And even if the first two impossible tasks were possible, they still had to prove that the sleeping pills had something to do with Bai Jini. That was even more difficult. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng sympathetically. Suing Bai Jini for delaying Song Jinning's treatment, causing her condition to worsen and almost die, and causing huge losses to the country was much easier than suing Bai Jini for Luo Xinchua's murder. But the former wouldn't be enough to punish Bai Jini. Hua Xiao, who did you want to be the lead defense lawyer to sue Bai Jini for Luo Xinchua's murder? Gu Nianji asked quietly. The military's lawyer. Hua Xiaoheng casually played with the round gold coin between his fingers. Luo Xinchua was my uncle's widow. Her death was related to my uncle's death, so they took over the prosecution. Gu Nianji thought of someone. What about Director Bai? She's the director of the Special Operations Forces Legal Department, and also Bai Jini's niece. With a relationship like that, shouldn't she avoid arousing suspicion? Yes. That's why I thought we shouldn't use anyone from the legal department at all. We might as well let you do the entire defense. So it was the next best thing. Gu Nianji was displeased. She nodded slowly. I see. She didn't say anything else. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and smiled. He ruffled her hair and said affectionately, "Little girl, you sure have a lot of inner drama." Gu Nianji's expression was blank. Hua Xiaoheng had already seen through her careful thoughts. Hua Xiao, I need to borrow someone from you to testify in the next court session. Gu Nianji was a bit embarrassed. She could only change the topic and talk about their case. Who? Hua Jialan. Gu Nianji pointed to the evidence on the computer. She's in charge of keeping your uncle and aunt's belongings. Her testimony is crucial. The next step was definitely going to be a debate about the evidence. Gu Nianji was very confident in medical examiner Zhu. She didn't think any neutral medical examiner would be able to challenge his conclusions. If there was, Gu Nianji planned to challenge this neutral medical examiner's independent qualifications and practice qualifications. Hua Jialan hadn't appeared in public for almost a month since she was taken away by Hua Xiaoheng for a lie detector test on New Year's Eve. Hua Xiaoheng, did you test her? Gu Nianji asked with concern. How is she? Hua Xiaoheng sighed. We did, but didn't find anything wrong. Gu Nianji, she was that good? Or was there really nothing wrong with her? We can't say there's nothing wrong with her. Hua Xiaoheng mused. Maybe we asked the wrong questions. She's not a convicted person, nor is she an enemy of the country. Therefore, we can't use many methods on her. Lie detector tests were very subjective, and the results couldn't be used as direct evidence. It could only be used as an indirect reference. But to be able to not reveal anything in front of the Special Operations Force's lie detector, even if she asked the wrong questions, it could be said that Hu Jialan was a strong-willed person, even if she wasn't as strong as Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji nodded. I understand. Then I won't see her in advance. I don't want her to be on guard. Time passed quickly. The Bais quickly found a neutral medical examiner. Hu Xiaoheng looked at his background and agreed. He arranged for the autopsy to be approved by all three parties. Because it was an urgent matter, the medical examiner took all the time he could and quickly produced an autopsy report. A week later, the Imperial Capital Intermediate Court was in session again. The independent medical examiner's report was basically the same as the military medical examiner Zhu's, especially the spasms of the throat muscles. There were obvious scratches and abrasions. This conclusion was almost identical to medical examiner Zhu's. This meant that medical examiner Zhu's previous report was completely correct. The possibility of Luo Xinchua being murdered was much higher than a suicide. The Bai family's Jin Dazhuang had only managed to delay them for a week. Therefore, during the second session, the focus of the debate was no longer on the autopsy report. Gu Nianji requested the court to summon an important witness, Hu Jialan. In order to prevent Hu Jialan from being mentally prepared, Gu Nianji didn't meet her in advance. She didn't ask her any questions in advance. This was the first watch. A reminder of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch was 1 in the afternoon. Chapter 299. Hu Jialan was taken to court by the bailiff with a straight face. She froze when she saw Gu Nianji in a navy suit standing at the plaintiff's defense table. Her eyes quickly scanned the courtroom, then she silently turned around and followed the bailiff to the witness stand. Bai Jini's expression was dismissive of Gu Nianji's summoning of Hu Jialan to testify. Hu Jialan had been torturing Song Jining, because in her heart, Song Jining was the culprit behind her mother's suicide. If she had suspected Bai Jini, she wouldn't have treated Song Jining like that. The Bais were certain that Hu Jialan did not have any evidence, so they looked at Gu Nianji calmly, waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Gu Nianji followed the court procedure and forced Hu Jialan to reveal her identity. Then, she got down to business. Miss Hu Jialan, when your father, Hu Guanyuan, and mother, Luo Xinchua passed away, did you receive all of their inheritance? Hu Jialan was dressed to the nines, especially her luscious lips. The coral-colored lipstick she used was a striking contrast to her coral-colored suit. She pouted her red lips, and her red nail polish paused for a moment before she asked, does my parents' inheritance have anything to do with this case? Of course it's relevant. Gu Nianji stared at her calmly. You only need to answer yes or no. The deceased's estate is related to this case. Witness, please answer. The judge also supported Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji smiled gratefully at the judge and continued to stare at Hu Jialan. Hu Jialan pursed her lips and said reluctantly. Yes, so what? They are my parents, and I am their only daughter. If they don't give their inheritance to me, who should they give it to? I'm not questioning your right to inherit the estate. What are you refuting? Gu Nianji raised her brows, surprised by Hu Jialan's attitude. The corners of Hu Jialan's eyes twitched. She panicked, but quickly calmed down and smiled. Anyone would have the same question the way you asked. Gu Nianji glanced at her and continued, since you've received all of Hu Guanyuan and Luo Xinchua's inheritance, I'd like to summon 2 pieces of evidence from you. It has been approved by the court. Here is the document. Gu Nianji raised her hand, and a bailiff showed the documents she had submitted to Hu Jialan. What evidence is this? Hu Jialan frowned. Attached to the document was a list of belongings and a list of wills. Of these 2 items, one is a list of Senior Colonel Hu Guanyuan's belongings. He was suddenly killed in an experimental accident 16 years ago, and the military handed all of his belongings to your mother, Luo Xinchue. This list was also handed over to your mother. The military also has a copy on file, and it's placed with Senior Colonel Huo Guanyuan's file. Gu Nianji introduced the first list first. Huo Jialan finished reading in silence and looked up at Gu Nianji, waiting for her to speak. This is your mother Luo Xinchue's will. Gu Nianji pointed at Luo Xinchue's will on the big screen. Luo Xinchue listed all of her movable and immovable assets on the will, as well as some important items that she kept at home. Please cooperate with the court's request and hand over the items listed on Huo Guanyuan's and Luo Xinchue's will to assist in the investigation. Huo Jialan's hands trembled slightly. She forced herself to remain calm and said as calmly as possible, I inherited my father and mother's inheritance, but it's been 10 years, and there are so many things, I still have to go back and search for them. Really? May I ask how long it will take you to find them? Gu Nianji looked at the two lists. There aren't that many of these small items. Both lists add up to less than 50 items, and most of them are jewelry that your mother Luo Xinchue listed. Huo Guanyuan and Luo Xinchue had only left behind a few small items other than property and deposit receipts. Huo Jialan was silent for a moment. I'll need 2 or 3 days. I'll give you 2 hours. If you can't find them, I'll request a search warrant from the court and search your home. Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to refute Huo Jialan's request. The judge also felt that 2 or 3 days was too long to search for such a simple list, and agreed with Gu Nianji. I'll give the witness 2 hours to go back and search immediately. If you can't find them, or if you need more time, you can explain to the court. Court adjourned. The court adjourned for 2 hours. Bai Jeannie was slightly irritated. She said to Lawyer Jean, how can you let a student lawyer lead you by the nose? What the hell are you all doing? Lawyer Jin's expression darkened. He lowered his voice and said, of course we did. Court was adjourned for a week for a neutral medical examiner to conduct another autopsy. Did Director Bai forget? Bai Jeannie was speechless. Lawyer Jean laughed coldly. If Director Bai could tell us more practical details, and mention a few more candidates, we wouldn't have to be on the defensive all this time. According to Huaxia imperial law, the prosecution was responsible for obtaining evidence. Therefore, as the plaintiff's lawyer, Gu Nianji naturally had to speak more. She had to convince the judge that Luo Xinchue had indeed been murdered, and that Bai Jeannie was indeed the murderer. Lawyer Jean and his team were Bai Jeannie's defense lawyers. They needed to find flaws in Gu Nianji's argument and refute it. So far, they hadn't found any new flaws. But our team of lawyers has already discussed this. Lawyer Jean looked around. The plaintiff has called a new witness. We can make an issue out of it. Bai Jeannie didn't understand. Huo Jialan. That's a slippery one. What do you want? Inspector Bai, as for the legal matters, please leave it to us. What you need to do is tell us all the facts. You have to know that any concealment is helping the other party send you to prison. Bai Jeannie pursed her lips and said reflexively, I've told you all I need to say. I'm not concealing anything. 2 hours later, the court reconvened. Huo Jialan had already returned. Her expression was dark as she handed over the items she had inherited from her parents to Gu Nianji's team for inspection. Director Wang of the Special Operations Forces Forensics Department personally inspected the list of belongings and wills. He discovered 2 items were missing. 1. Senior Colonel Huo Guanyuan's personal phone number 1X×X×X. 2. Luo Xinchue's birth certificate in the bank's safety deposit box. Your Honor, Miss Huo did not hand over these 2 items. The judge looked at Huo Jialan. Huo Jialan, may I ask why the personal phone listed in Huo Guanyuan's belongings and Luo Xinchue's birth certificate in the bank's safety deposit box were not among the items you handed over? She shook her head at the judge. I'm sorry, Your Honor. The list of my father's belongings was given to my mother by the military. She signed for it. When it came to me, I had never seen this list of belongings. I just compared the list given by the court with my father's belongings. Everything else is there, but this personal phone is missing. What a coincidence. The courtroom was instantly filled with chatter. Gu Nianji remained calm and silent. The truth was, after so many years, it was normal for these items to be lost or disposed of. Gu Nianji could understand that. However, Director Wang had years of experience in forensics. His intuition told him that this was unusual. Lawyer Gu, Senior Colonel Huo Guanyuan's personal phone is definitely not an ordinary piece of evidence. You should request permission from the court to have the mobile company investigate the phone's call and text records. Without a court subpoena, the mobile company would not allow anyone other than the owner of the phone to investigate. Of course, to Gu Nianji, it didn't matter that the phone was missing. As long as she knew the phone number, with Brother Zhe around, no phone was a secret. However, Zhao Liang's method of obtaining information was exclusive to the Special Operations Forces. It couldn't be used as evidence in court. Only evidence produced by the mobile company that provided the phone number would be considered legal. Your Honor, we believe that the information stored on this phone is very helpful to the case. We hope the court can issue a subpoena to the mobile company to investigate the phone's call records. Gu Nianji made a bold request. The judge considered it for a long time and felt that all of Huo Guanyuan's belongings were present except for the missing phone. He agreed to Gu Nianji's request and issued a subpoena to the mobile company. It was the second watch. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 300. At the same time, in order to shut Hu Jialan up and prove that the phone had indeed been handed over to Luo Xinchue, Gu Nianji summoned the military logistics staff. They were the ones who had personally handed Huo Guanyuan's belongings to his wife. We can prove that when Senior Colonel Huo's belongings were handed to his wife 16 years ago, the phone was indeed in the box. The soldier who had returned the belongings 16 years ago was now a senior colonel in the logistics department. Lawyer Jean immediately chuckled. May I ask, Senior Colonel, how do you remember such a trivial matter 16 years ago? No, it's not a trivial matter. The senior colonel from the military logistics department paused. Senior Colonel Huo Guanyuan's phone was his personal phone. Apparently the battery was specially made for him by a genius scientist from the Institute of High Energy Physics. A genius scientist from the Institute of High Energy Physics? May I ask what his name is? Lawyer Jean immediately asked. We don't know that. Senior Colonel Huo Guanyuan never mentioned his name. He only said it was a scientist he respected the most. The senior colonel from the logistics department didn't know the name. Bai Jeannie's head jerked up, her eyes full of anger, her lips moving in and out of anger. She looked like she wanted nothing more than to say something. Gu Nianji's eyes wandered around the courtroom and caught a glimpse of Bai Jeannie's expression. She raised her eyebrows and asked deliberately, then do you know if the genius scientist was a man or a woman? Unexpectedly, the senior colonel from the logistics department shook his head again. I really don't know. Senior Colonel Huo Guanyuan was very familiar with the people from the Institute of High Energy Physics because of his mission, but he rarely mentioned it to us. The most important reason was probably related to the joint experiment between the military and the Institute of High Energy Physics. It seemed that this experiment might be the key to the whole thing. Gu Nianji was deep in thought, and only looked away when Bai Jeannie's expression returned to normal. She listened as Lawyer Jean continued to interrogate the senior colonel. Fine, even so, you still remember something like that after 16 years. It's really unimaginable. Lawyer Jean still didn't understand, implying that the senior colonel might have colluded with the plaintiff's lawyer to give false testimony. The senior colonel from the logistics department also understood Lawyer Jin's meaning, and said angrily, of course there's a reason. You cut me off without hearing me out, and now you say I can't be trusted. What do you want? I think Lawyer Jean wants to go to heaven. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up as she mocked Lawyer Jean. She turned to comfort the senior colonel from the logistics department. Please continue. What's so special about that phone that you have to remember it for 16 years? Miss Gu is smart. You're good with words. The senior colonel from the logistics department glared at Lawyer Jean and quickly explained to the judge, what's special about that phone is the special battery. It was said that the battery capacity was very strong, and a single charge could last for 10 years. I was Senior Colonel Hu Guanyuan's orderly at the time, and I often saw him fiddling with this phone. A few of us even whispered that if it wasn't bragging, then it was our country's black technology. We even said that we had to keep an eye on Senior Colonel Hua and not charge his phone. We wanted to see how long it could last. How long can it be controlled? It hasn't been charged for at least 3 years. The senior colonel from the logistics department said firmly, because a few of us orderlies made a bet in private, but Senior Colonel Hu Guanyuan got into an accident just after the 3rd year, so we didn't continue the bet. He was gone when the accident happened, but his phone was still there. No. It was his personal phone, and he wasn't allowed to bring his personal phone on a mission. That's a rule. Senior Colonel Hu Guanyuan's personal belongings were all in his dormitory, and we took turns cleaning his room. I remember it very clearly. Lawyer Jin's expression darkened. Then when you handed Senior Colonel Hu Guanyuan's belongings to his wife, the phone was really among them. Who can prove it? Just you guys. I'm afraid not. Any testimony without a third party's proof is problematic. But 16 years had passed, and they still had to find a third party to prove it. Wasn't that too much? Gu Nianji's expression darkened. She was about to refute Lawyer Jin's question when she heard the senior colonel from the logistics department say with a look of disdain, "We have established procedures for handing over the remains of martyrs, and there is a special person to deliver them. They are personally counted in front of the martyr's family, and after they are matched with the list, the family also has to sign before they can collect all the remains." Lawyer, what misunderstanding do you have about the working procedures of the military? Lawyer Jean was so angry that he couldn't speak. When had he ever met someone who didn't respect him in court before? This kind of lawsuit with the military really couldn't be taken lightly. The most powerful people were all in the military. Gu Nianji felt relieved and smiled. Lawyer Jean doesn't understand the working procedures of the military at all, so there's no misunderstanding at all. As she spoke, she took out a copy of the handover form for the list of remains signed by the Huo family and passed it around in court for everyone to see. Look, Luo Xinchue wasn't the only one who signed. Huo Guanyuan's father, Huo Xuanong, and younger brother, Huo Guanchen, also signed. Huo Xuanong was the deputy chairman of the Supreme Military Council at the time. Huo Guanchen was only a captain at the time, but is now the director of the political department with the rank of general. Lawyer Jean, with these people's signatures, you should believe that everything was handed over to Luo Xinchue, right? Gu Nianji first silenced Lawyer Jean, then formally requested to the judge, "Your Honor, we request the court to issue a subpoena to the mobile company to retrieve the communication records of this phone for further investigation." Agreed. The judge banged his gavel. The court clerk began to prepare the subpoena to be sent to the mobile company. If they wanted to investigate, they wouldn't be able to see the records immediately. Gu Nianji looked at Huo Zhelan. "Huo Zhelan, you said the phone can't be found, so let's take it as lost. Do you remember when it was lost?" Huo Zhelan frowned and thought about it. She shook her head. "To be honest, I've never seen this phone before. After my mother passed away, I received all of her inheritance from her. My father's belongings were all in a box, and I've sorted them out. I've never seen this phone on the list." "Then did you check the list of belongings?" Gu Nianji suddenly asked, catching Hu Zhelan off guard. Gu Nianji didn't actually know Hu Zhelan well, but seeing how much she cared about who the inheritance belonged to, her instincts told her she wasn't a generous person. What kind of attitude would someone who wasn't generous have towards the inheritance they received? Gu Nianji guessed Hu Zhelan's thoughts. She would probably be more calculative, and even check the list. But even if a phone was missing during the check, Hu Zhelan probably wouldn't care, right? It wasn't something valuable anyway, so it didn't matter if it was lost. Gu Nianji asked casually, and saw Hu Zhelan hesitate for a moment before shaking her head. No. She's lying. Gu Nianji thought to herself. Hu Zhelan must have checked the list of belongings, and already knew the phone was lost. As for why she didn't say anything, that was another question. Gu Nianji typed the question on her laptop without batting an eyelid, and moved on to the next question. Director Wang mentioned earlier that there was a birth certificate in the bank's safety deposit box that you didn't hand over. May I ask what's going on? Hu Zhelan still shook her head. I didn't find it. How am I supposed to hand it over? You didn't find it again. Gu Nianji frowned. Is the safety deposit box not safe? Should we go to the bank and check the security footage to see who took the ID? Hu Zhelan panicked for a moment, but quickly composed herself. She said dryly, after my mother passed away, I received her inheritance, and everything in the bank's safety deposit box. So you have it. Gu Nianji emphasized the ownership of the document again. Then may I ask why you didn't hand it over? Are you trying to defy a court order and obstruct justice? I wouldn't dare. Hu Zhelan nodded slightly. But when I went to the safety deposit box, I didn't see the birth certificate. There was only jewelry and a deposit receipt. Hu Zhelan insisted there was no birth certificate, and was certain Gu Nianji wouldn't have a way to prove it. This was the first watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Chapter 301. Luo Xinchue had rented a safety deposit box from the bank. The bank didn't care what you stored inside. As long as it didn't violate bank rules, you could store anything you wanted. You only needed to use the bank certificate to withdraw it. As for Gu Nianji's claim to pull up the footage of the safety deposit box, that was just to trick her. The footage could only prove who had taken something, but not what it was. Director Wang had regretfully shrugged at her and sighed. Missing pieces of evidence are often the key pieces of evidence. Gu Nianji wasn't willing to give up. What she needed to do was to find other ways to supplement the two missing pieces of evidence. Okay, I'll believe for now that Hu Zhelan didn't see this birth certificate when she went to the safety deposit box to withdraw Luo Xinchue's belongings. Gu Nianji began analyzing. She displayed Luo Xinchue's will list on the big screen so everyone in the courtroom could see it. But this will list was notarized. Everything should have been checked by the notary before being signed and stamped. Gu Nianji continued, that proves that this birth certificate really exists. Let's think about it. Why would Luo Xinchue put a birth certificate in a bank safety deposit box? Why would she list it in her will? Gu Nianji's eyes were fixed on Hu Zhelan as she asked this question. She was just short of saying that the birth certificate had something to do with Hu Zhelan. Hu Zhelan didn't say a word and only sneered inwardly. She wasn't easily intimidated. Besides, she was called to be a witness, not a suspect. Lawyer Gu, I don't know what your question has to do with this case. Hu Zhelan pouted disdainfully, what are you trying to prove? Gu Nianji cocked her head and smiled, you still don't get it. I'm looking for something that your mother, Luo Xinchue, lost. She was murdered in the heavily guarded Hu family home. This is enough to prove that she couldn't have been killed by a stranger on a whim. This also means that the murderer must have murdered her for some purpose. In order to find that purpose and convict the murderer, I have to find these missing pieces of evidence. Then I'm sorry. Lawyer Gu should really change careers and become a detective. Hua Jilan mocked Gu Nianji, you're obviously still looking for evidence, but you're already suing someone. I don't understand this logic either. Yes, if you understood, you wouldn't have asked these questions that would chill your mother's heart in the underworld. Gu Nianji turned to look at the judge. Your Honor, we can prove that this missing birth certificate is very likely to be closely related to Luo Xinchue's death. The judge looked at Gu Nianji for a while and shook his head reluctantly. Please prove what you said is significant. The Bai family breathed a sigh of relief again. In fact, they hadn't expected this change either. Hua Jilan was a witness, but she was also suspicious. Lawyer Jean was very satisfied with this change. He smiled and said to his jury, "Do you understand? It was a daydream for a rookie to win this lawsuit. Don't hand over such a great victory to us." Bai Jeannie, on the other hand, was silent. Her expression was even uglier than before. Gu Nianji expressed her understanding of the judge's question and bowed slightly to all the relevant people in the courtroom. She began to explain the relationship between them. First of all, have you thought about it? Why would Luo Xinchue put a birth certificate in a bank safety deposit box? And this birth certificate disappeared after she died. There was silence in the courtroom. Lawyer Gu, you don't even know whose birth certificate it is. How are you going to convince the judge and all of us that this certificate is relevant to this case? Lawyer Jean didn't want to be led astray by Gu Nianji in court, so he took the initiative to attack her. Gu Nianji was very quick-witted and often thought in a different direction than everyone else because she was very good at thinking in reverse. Hearing Lawyer Jin's words, she immediately said disapprovingly, I did this to find out why Luo Xinchue died. Logically speaking, the birth certificate that she put in the bank's safety deposit box must belong to the person closest to her, or even herself. But because this certificate disappeared, I can rule out the possibility that it was Luo Xinchue's own birth certificate. After all, she's already dead, so no matter how complicated her birth was, it has nothing to do with her. It's not worth someone tampering with this birth certificate. So there's only one possibility. This birth certificate is the birth certificate of a living person. And this living person didn't want anyone to see it, so they disappeared it. Gu Nianji looked directly at Hua Jilan as she said this. It was obvious that the birth certificate had something to do with Hua Jilan. Hua Jilan's face was livid. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Why are you looking at me? I've never seen this birth certificate. I didn't say it had anything to do with you. I was just making a logical deduction. Gu Nianji tapped on the computer, and the big screen changed to another picture. This time, it was 3 identification photos of Hua Guanyuan, Hua Jilan, and Luo Xinchue. The moment the 3 photos appeared, everyone was in an uproar. The Hua Jilan in the photo did not look like either of her parents. Gu Nianji, what do you mean? You're saying I'm not a Hua just because of these photos? Hua Jilan was furious, but she was also very nervous. I didn't say anything. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows, a faint smile already on her face. Besides, what day and age are we in? How can you determine blood relations based on photos alone? If you need to check blood relations, you can just check DNA. It's not like this is ancient times, where blood tests are riddled with loopholes. The judge looked at Gu Nianji expressionlessly. You mean, you want to check your witness, Hua Jilan's DNA? Yes. Gu Nianji looked at her laptop and changed to another set of photos. Your Honor, please allow us to check Hua Jilan's DNA. Bai Jeannie, sitting in the dock, looked up in shock and stared at Hua Jilan as if she had never seen her before. The judge considered it for a while, his face expressionless, and did not speak for a long time. Perhaps the silence in the courtroom was too heavy, and Hu Jialan could not stand it anymore. Even Hu Xiaoheng's lie detector had not been able to pry open her mouth, but Gu Nianji had used a missing birth certificate to pry open her mouth. Hu Jialan's pupils contracted, her lips parted, and she finally gave in to Gu Nianji. "Lawyer Gu, you keep bringing up my parents' lost evidence, and I remember something." "What is it?" Gu Nianji asked with interest. "Is it related to your mother Luo Xinchua's death?" Gu Nianji remembered Hu Jialan saying that she was the first to find Luo Xinchua dead in her bed, so if Hu Jialan was not the murderer, then she must be the one who knew the most about the murderer. But for some reason, she would cover up for the murderer. Gu Nianji had a hunch that Hu Jialan did not seem to care about how her mother, Luo Xinchua, died. She only wanted to find someone to hate, to take responsibility for her mother's death, as if that was the only way she could face her mother's spirit in heaven. This feeling was very unusual, and Gu Nianji could not help but speculate that Hu Jialan knew much more about her mother's death than she was letting on. So Gu Nianji's strategy for court debate was to pry open Hu Jialan's mouth. All the previous actions, searching for the remains, and checking the list, were all for this one purpose. She was very lucky that her goal had been achieved. Gu Nianji was a little excited, but she hid it well, so no one could tell what she was feeling. Except for Hu Xiaoheng. He had taken care of her for 6 years, and she had been by his side from the age of 12 to 18. He was all too familiar with her every move, every smile. For example, he could see that Gu Nianji must be very excited, because whenever she was really excited, the tips of her fair ears would turn slightly red. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes lingered on the tip of Gu Nianji's ears for a moment, then calmly looked away. It was the second watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Chapter 302. Hu Jialan paled at Gu Nianji's words. She nodded slowly, her voice growing weaker. "The night my mother passed away, my mother suddenly called me on the internal line and asked me to go downstairs to see her. And then, it was already late at night and I was already asleep. I was woken up by her call, but her voice sounded very weak, so I quickly went downstairs to see her." "Wait, you said it was late at night?" Gu Nianji confirmed again. "You said you found your mother dead in bed early in the morning. Did you go to your mother's room before that?" Hu Jialan pursed her lips in pain and closed her eyes, her voice choked. "Yes, I went to my mother's room the night before." Bai Jini's heart pounded violently, blood coursing through her veins, even her eardrums were pounding. She never imagined that Luo Xinchua would have the energy to call her daughter that night. She had been playing dead before that. Gu Nianji asked Hu Jialan as she observed Bai Jini from the corner of her eye. Bai Jini's change in expression did not escape Gu Nianji's eyes. She nodded inwardly, knowing that she was on the right track. There was almost no direct evidence in the case from 10 years ago, so they could only look for possible witnesses. Hu Jialan was the first person to discover Luo Xinchua's death, so she was either the murderer or the one who knew the most. Gu Nianji had called Hu Jialan as a witness, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. She asked calmly, "Then tell me what you saw the night before." Hu Jialan pursed her lips and looked at Bai Jini sitting at the defendant's stand. She said slowly, "That night, my mother called me on the internal line and asked me to go to her room. When I got there, I saw my mother lying on the floor." Her tears finally flowed. Although it had been 10 years since the incident, her heart was constantly tormented. Lying on the floor. Why was she lying on the floor? Did you see anyone else in the room? Gu Nianji pressed on. There was no one else in the room. I don't know why she was lying on the floor. When I went down, she was already unconscious. The telephone receiver is hanging from the bedside table, the room is turned upside down, and there are letters scattered on the floor. Hua Jialan wiped her tears. I helped my mother up and put her on the bed. She looked like she was asleep. I pushed her, and she opened her eyes to look at me, then went back to sleep. Your mother called you on the internal line and asked you to go to her room, but she didn't say anything. Gu Nianji asked suspiciously. It didn't make sense. Yes, perhaps she was speechless then. If I'd known that my mother had died the next morning, I would have woken her up that night and asked her what she had to say. Hua Jialan buried her face in her hands and sobbed. I really didn't know that night was the last time I would see my mother. Gu Nianji waited quietly for Hua Jialan to stop crying before asking, so you're saying that your mother's room was broken into the night before she died? Hua Jialan nodded. Yes, someone must have broken into my mother's room. I originally thought it was just my mother who saw the love letters and smashed the room in a fit of rage. Now that you're saying that my mother didn't commit suicide, I remember what happened that night. My mother probably didn't do it herself. That's strange. Gu Nianji spread her hands. With the Hua family's status and security, how could it have been broken into? Hua Jialan, think again, what was the situation at the time? Hua Jialan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a while, she finally said slowly. With the Hua family's status and security, there's no way an outsider could have gotten in. But what if the thief was a member of the Hua family or someone familiar to the Hua family? Gu Nianji was waiting for Hua Jialan to say this. She had thought about this question carefully when researching the case. To find clues of Bai Jini's crime, Hua Jialan had to testify against her. Hua Jialan was the only lead in the case. But it wasn't easy to get her to talk. Hua Xiaoheng even used a lie detector, but the results were minimal. Gu Nianji, with the help of the evidence expert, Director Wang, had located a birth certificate among Luo Xinchue's belongings. From this birth certificate, Hua Jialan had no choice but to expose Bai Jini in order to clear her name. Gu Nianji followed up on Hua Jialan's words. From what you're saying, you seem to know something about this person. Do you know who it is? Hua Jialan hesitated. Lawyer Jean immediately shouted, Objection. The plaintiff's lawyer is deliberately inducing a confession. Objection sustained. The judge banged his gavel. The plaintiff's lawyer is not allowed to induce a confession. Gu Nianji immediately changed her tune. Hua Jialan, there's no such thief. You made everything up. The real culprit who killed your mother is actually you. It wasn't me. Hua Jialan screamed in panic. She pointed at Bai Jini in the dock. It was her. It was her. I saw her just leaving my mother's room when I went downstairs to look for her. There was a deathly silence in the courtroom. Then there was a splash, like a drop of water falling into a pan of boiling oil. Sparks flew everywhere. She really saw it. How is that possible? The 15 lawyers from the Bai family looked at each other in dismay. They questioned each other, afraid that they had heard wrong. Bai Jini's entire body was trembling. Her face was ashen, but she quickly sat up straight and closed her eyes. She sneered. Lies and slander. Hua Jialan, you're making up a ridiculous story to get yourself off the hook. Don't you know that giving false testimony in court is a felony? Is that so? Gu Nianji walked over to Bai Jini's dock. She clasped her hands behind her back and looked her up and down carefully. But Hua Jialan's words are very logical, and fit the situation perfectly. Bai Jini, do you want to explain what you did in Luo Xinchue's room that night 10 years ago? She was almost unconscious at the time. Did you feed her sleeping pills? Bai Jini, don't forget, you're a psychiatrist too. You can prescribe sleeping pills too, right? Bai Jini refused to open her eyes to look at Gu Nianji. Her voice was calm and sharp. So I went to Luo Xinchue's room just because she said I did. Would you believe me if I said she killed her mother? Besides, I'm a psychiatrist. Of course I can prescribe sleeping pills. Are you saying that every psychiatrist who prescribes sleeping pills is a murder suspect? Of course not every psychiatrist who prescribes sleeping pills is a murder suspect. Gu Nianji wagged a finger at Bai Jini. But you were the only psychiatrist who was related to Luo Xinxue and had free access to the Hua family. Physicist Bai. Or should I call you psychiatrist Bai? Bai Jini wanted to retort, but Lawyer Jean had already pressed her hand down and shook his head at her. He stood up and said to the judge, Your Honor, in light of the new testimony from the plaintiff, we request a certain amount of time to investigate this new witness. The judge nodded. Agreed. Court resumes in 3 days. The gavel fell, and the second round of the trial was over. Bai Jini was taken back to the detention center by the bailiff. Her situation was special, and bail was not allowed for the time being. Hua Jialan was emotionally unstable and also suspected. Hua Xiaoheng's men escorted her back to the Hua family home. Of course, she was also heavily guarded. It was even tighter than the detention center. This was the first watch. Just a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 2:00 in the afternoon. P.S. Thank you, Guanghan Palace Master, for the gift from the president yesterday. Chapter 303. After leaving the court, Gu Nianji did not return to the Hua residence. Instead, she followed Hua Xiaoheng back to his official residence at the headquarters of the Special Forces to continue preparing for the next round of the trial. Hua Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangze walked in one after the other as she sat in the small conference room in Hua Xiaoheng's office suite. Everyone began to discuss the day's trial. Yin Shixiang, who had always been talkative, pretended to be deep in thought and didn't say a word. There were no outsiders in the small conference room, so Gu Nianji kicked Yin Shixiang's chair. Brother Xiong, why aren't you saying anything? Yin Shixiang had been drawing on the drawing board on the laptop in front of him. Gu Nianji kicked his chair. He rolled his eyes at Gu Nianji and connected his laptop to the projector. Everyone saw the diagram that he released. On the diagram was a sketch of a cell phone and a sketch of a birth certificate. Of course, they were all hand-drawn by Yin Shixiang. Have you ever wondered if the lost phone and Hua Guanyuan's belongings had anything to do with the identification document? Yin Shixiang scratched his head. Why were these two things missing and not something else? I didn't think there was any relationship between the two. Gu Nianji held a pen in her hand and rested the cap on her chin. I only know that these two things are directly related to Luo Xinxue's death. Hua Xiaoheng's fingers unconsciously tapped on the conference table. He asked Gu Nianji expressionlessly. You still think this birth certificate has something to do with Hua Jialan? I actually don't know if it has anything to do with her. I'm just making a logical deduction. I said that in court to provoke Hua Jialan. Gu Nianji twirled the pen in her hand. If there's nothing wrong with her, we'll look into other people related to Luo Xinxue. That's good too. Hua Xiaoheng thought for a moment, then said to Zhao Liangze, go to the Hua residence and collect Hua Jialan's blood or hair for Chen Lai to test for DNA. Chen Lai agreed and left quickly. In less than an hour, he returned to the base office and said to Hua Xiaoheng, I've already sent it to Dr. Qin. Gu Nianji asked him quietly. So fast. Brother Zhe, did you stab Hua Jialan? Then you pulled her hair. You're the one who wants to kill people. You're the one pulling my hair. Zhao Liangze was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and put his hands on his hips. He wanted nothing more than to yell at Gu Nianji. Do I need to be so crude when I'm taking evidence? If you don't need it, then don't need it. Why are you so angry? The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Also, can you find out anything about that phone number? Do you think I'm a spinning top? You only know how to spin in circles. Zhao Liangzi glared at Gu Nianji before returning to his office to run his program. Gu Nianji looked at Zhao Liangzi's back thoughtfully and thought his temper was a bit strange. She wanted to go in and ask him, but Yin Shixiang stopped her. Don't go. He shook his head at Gu Nianji. Leave him alone for a while. What's going on? Gu Nianji was anxious. What else could Brother Zhe be unhappy about? I don't think there's anything difficult for him in this world. Yes. To an internet child like you, your world is the internet. Your brother Zhe is the king of the internet. Of course, he's omnipotent in your eyes. But we live in the real world, Nianji. We don't live in the internet. Yin Shixiang earnestly advised Gu Nianji in a genteel manner. He even used English, which was a rare sight. Gu Nianji glanced at him without batting an eyelid. Speak human. Yin Shixiang laughed and patted his chest. Yes, your brother Zhe has been smitten recently, but he's been rejected when he's pursuing her. Seeing Gu Nianji's disdainful expression, Yin Shixiang felt like he had wasted his breath. He reached out and grabbed Gu Nianji's ponytail. Gu Nianji protected her hair and jumped away. She exclaimed in surprise, so brother Zhe has someone he likes. Oh no, did my suggestion make things difficult for him? Gu Nianji automatically connected Zhao Liangzi's loss of control with Hu Jialan's DNA extraction. She clasped her hands together and exclaimed, Brother Zhe likes Hu Jialan. Pfft. Zhao Liangzi was drinking tea at his desk. He spat the tea all over the keyboard when he heard Gu Nianji. Nianji. Get over here. Zhao Liangzi rolled up his sleeves to teach her a lesson. Who's the boss? Gu Nianji winked at him. She picked up her laptop and ran away with a smile. I'm going to talk to Mrs. Song. You guys have fun. Gu Nianji left the office building of the Special Operations Forces headquarters and returned to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. She went to her room to shower and change before going to talk to Song Jining. Song Jining lived on the 3rd floor. Gu Nianji knocked on the door. Song Jining saw her in the room's video feed. She quickly opened the door and asked, Did you go to court today? How was it? Did the interrogation find out anything? Gu Nianji smiled. I just came back from court. There are some things I don't understand. I wanted to ask you. She walked into Song Jining's room. Song Jining closed the door behind her and asked her to sit down. She poured her a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table. She sat down on the sofa across from her. Ask away. What's the situation? She was a scientist after all. She spoke concisely and without a word of nonsense. Gu Nianji secretly gave Song Jining a thumbs up. She opened her laptop and showed Song Jining the list of Huo Guanyuan's belongings. She talked about the lost phone among Huo Guanyuan's belongings. The military's witness was Senior Colonel Huo's orderly. He said that Hu Guanyuan's phone battery was custom-made by a genius scientist at the Institute of High Energy Physics. It has a very strong battery capacity. It said that one charge can last 10 years. Is that true? That's some kind of advanced technology. Song Jining was a scientist at the Institute of High Energy Physics. Her father, Song Haichuan, was the director of the institute at the time. Song Jining would definitely know the advanced technology at the Institute of High Energy Physics 16 years ago. Song Jining's expression froze when she heard this. A phone battery that can last 10 years on a single charge. Song Jining sighed slightly. It's a little thing I made for Senior Colonel Hua. Gu Nianji. It was just as she had expected. She was a genius scientist in every sense of the word. The little thing she made was decades ahead of the world. As far as Gu Nianji knew, there was no such powerful rechargeable battery in the world yet. Normally, it would take 10 days to charge it once. 10 years. That was something that only appeared in novels. Gu Nianji sat on the sofa next to Song Jining and held her hand tightly. Goddess, make me a little thing like this. I can pay for it. This was such a money-making invention. Song Jining shook her head with a wry smile. You're such a naive child. If it was that easy to make, our Institute of High Energy Physics would have patented it a long time ago and made a fortune on the market. Gu Nianji, she didn't understand. Physics was indeed a very profound subject. Song Jining brought her to her computer desk and pulled up some information for her. The main material for that battery is graphene. Graphene is a two-dimensional material that is only one carbon atom thick. Its main state is a hexagonal honeycomb lattice of carbon atoms formed by sp2 hybrid orbitals. Graphene is separated from graphite crystals, and the technical separation is very difficult. Back then, I completely relied on hand polishing. It took me 4 to 5 years to get a little material that could be used to make a phone battery. At the time, Senior Colonel Hua happened to be a great help to my father, so I gave this battery to him as a thank you gift. Song Jining automatically went into physics genius mode. Gu Nianji's eyes widened as she listened. It was the second watch. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 304. Song Jining's mind was completely focused on science. She pointed to a web page on the computer screen. I just checked, there hasn't been a breakthrough in graphene extraction technology, so this kind of cell phone battery can't be mass-produced. Gu Nianji immediately gave up when she heard that it would take years of manual polishing to obtain a little graphene material. Forget it, it's so troublesome. Yeah. Song Jining nodded. It was also a coincidence that He Guanyuan obtained a graphite ore with a special structure when he was on a mission. It was relatively easy to separate the monolayer of graphene from it. He gave the ore to my father as a gift, and my father later gave it to me. I polished it by hand when I was free to extract high-quality monolayer graphene chips. Gu Nianji listened in confusion, and her eyes became even more confused. She maintained a smile on her face as she listened to Song Jining's words with great difficulty. In the end, she came to 2 conclusions. 1. He Guanyuan obtained the graphite ore with a special structure. 2. Song Jining used the material He Guanyuan found to make a cell phone battery, and gave it to He Guanyuan. It could be considered returning the item to its rightful owner. So the person who was interested in the cell phone was actually interested in the battery inside, right? Gu Nianji sat next to Song Jining, looking very interested in the graphene molecular formula Song Jining showed her, but in fact, her mind had already flown away. There hadn't been any major breakthroughs in graphene extraction technology in the past decade, which meant that the person who stole the cell phone couldn't replicate Song Jining's success. It also meant that the person might not know the key to Song Jining's success was the graphite ore with a special structure. Auntie Song, do you think it's possible for someone to commit murder just because of this cell phone battery? Gu Nianji tilted her head and looked at the mathematical formulas and molecular formulas on Song Jining's computer screen like she was reading a book from heaven. Song Jining thought about it. If there really is a breakthrough in graphene stripping technology, capital will do anything for profit. But remember, there hasn't been any breakthroughs in this technology, so I don't think it's necessary to kill. But others don't know. Gu Nianji began to figure out the murderer's psychological state. Maybe she thought you had a major breakthrough, and finally took the risk to steal the cell phone, but found nothing. Song Jining shook her head with a smile. If the person you're talking about was by Genie, I don't think she would do that. She is also an expert. When I was making batteries, she also knew that if I wanted to steal the technology, she would have done so long ago. They wouldn't wait until 6 years after the incident to rob them and kill them for their goods. Ah. She knows you made this battery. In other words, she also knows that you are using a special graphite ore. Yes. Gu Nianji tilted her head and leaned against Song Jinning's shoulder, unable to speak. Well, that seemed to be a dead end. Could it be that Bai Genie wasn't the murderer? Or perhaps the murderer was indeed Bai Genie, but she had another motive for taking He Guanyuan's personal phone. Gu Nianji's fingers tapped on Song Jinning's computer desk. What was it that made Bai Genie so desperate to kill someone and rob them 6 years later? After leaving Song Jinning's room, Gu Nianji didn't return to her own room. Instead, she brought her laptop to He Xiaoheng's office. It was already dark, but the office building was still brightly lit. The staff in this office building worked in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and there were people there every day. It was common for He Xiaoheng and the others to not sleep for days on end. Nianji is here again. Are you looking for a beating? Zhao Liangzi rolled up his sleeves and walked over with a sinister grin. Gu Nianji pretended to be scared and slipped into He Xiaoheng's office. She locked the door and waved her fist at Zhao Liangzi, who was standing outside. Zhao Liangzi gestured at He Xiaoheng's office door twice, then gave up. He was just teasing Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji turned around and saw He Xiaoheng sitting behind his desk. The bright overhead light poured down and cast shadows on his face, making his facial features look as handsome and deep as a statue. He Xiaoheng's eyes were glued to the computer screen, his hands flying across the keyboard. He wore a shielded headset and appeared to be on the phone with someone. You're here. He Xiaoheng greeted her without looking up. Sit. Gu Nianji sat on the circular sofa in the middle of He Xiaoheng's office. She put the laptop on the coffee table and winked at the transparent wall of the office. But the people outside couldn't see inside at all. It was one way, just like the wall in the interrogation room. Gu Nianji noticed it from outside, so she brazenly made faces at the one-way transparent wall when she came in. He Xiaoheng finally ended the call and closed the computer program. He looked up to see Gu Nianji raising a pair of pale hands and using the light from the other side of the room to make the shapes of various small animals. She projected them onto the opposite wall. A duckling that could run, a proud giraffe, and a barking puppy. She was enjoying herself. He Xiaoheng got up from behind his desk and sat next to her. He asked, "You talked to my mother?" Gu Nianji nodded and rubbed her hands. She opened the graphene page for He Xiaoheng to see. I learned about that amazing battery. He Xiaoheng quickly finished the page and shook his head. I don't think it was for the battery. But what did the murderer want the phone for? Gu Nianji couldn't figure it out. If the phone was lost when Luo Xinchua passed away, then it would have been 6 years since He Guanyuan and Auntie Song died. Yeah, there's another possibility. Maybe the phone was lost long before Luo Xinchua passed away, but we just discovered it now. He Xiaoheng pointed out another possibility. So let's not waste time. We don't need to know what the murderer wanted the phone for. We just need to prove that the murderer stole the phone from Luo Xinchua. Gu Nianji immediately understood. I understand. I was thinking too much. It was much easier to find the right direction by focusing on where the phone was. The next day, the mobile company sent them the records of He Guanyuan's private phone number. Under normal circumstances, the mobile company wouldn't give you records from so long ago because it involved too much time and effort. But with the court subpoena and pressure from the military, they had no choice but to do it. The mobile company printed the records of He Guanyuan's private phone for them. It had been in use for more than 20 years. Unfortunately, the phone's frequency of use was too low. Gu Nianji discovered that the phone number had been with Wu Guanyuan for 4 to 5 years, but the phone's call history was no more than 10 pages and a few insignificant text messages. All the records stopped abruptly 16 years ago. That was also the day of the lab accident. From that day on, the owner of the phone never appeared again. It looked like after the military handed Wu Guanyuan's belongings to his wife, Luo Xinxue, she hadn't used it either. What kind of charm did a phone that had been silent for 6 years have that made someone so desperate to kill and steal it? Gu Nianji couldn't eat or sleep, but still couldn't solve the puzzle. Finally, Zhao Liangse couldn't stand it anymore and dragged her out of Hu Xiaoheng's office. He shoved her into the computer chair next to his desk. "Run the program for me. There's only one more day until the trial. If we haven't found anything by then, it's very likely that the opposing lawyer has found a loophole in Hu Jialan's story and Bai Jini will be exonerated." Gu Nianji laughed coldly. She wants to be exonerated for Luo Xinchue's case. Did she ask me? Also, there's still Auntie Song's case. This was the first night watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second night watch was still 1 p.m. I had planned to update at 2 p.m. yesterday, but it was already past 1 p.m. when I uploaded it. In my days, I mistook publish now for publish on time. Oh, __. Oh. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.